Hello, welcome. If you want to support me, share this episode and drop a comment below to tell the algorithm to give us a push. It can be anything. I read every note. Somewhere in Moscow, there is an archive. Not a grand one, necessarily. Not marble columns and a reading room. More often, it's a corridor. And along the corridor, there are cabinets. And inside the cabinets, there are drawers, narrow, gray, indexed by number. And for the better part of 70 years, those drawers held the one thing the Soviet state spent all of its energy denying to the rest of the world: the truth. Now, that's the part people tend to get backwards. We imagine a regime like that as a machine for hiding things, for burning them, for making them vanish. And it was. This was a state that could erase a man from a photograph. One week he's standing beside Stalin. The next week, there's just a smudge, a railing, a potted plant where his face used to be. A state that could take a village off a map, that could remove a whole nation from a census. So the numbers came out tidier. But here's the paradox that runs under everything we're going to look at tonight. That same state, the one so gifted at erasure, it could not stop writing things down. Every execution had a quota, somewhere a form. Every famine had a paper trail of grain shipments and blacklists. Every assassination had an after-action note, a receipt, a signature. The lie went out to the newspapers, to the diplomats, to the grieving families. And the truth went into the drawer, filed, dated, signed in ink, sometimes in pencil, kept. Why? Why keep the evidence of your own crime? Because to a certain kind of power, the record isn't a liability. It's the whole point. If you can decide what the file says, then you decide what happened. Not what people believe happened, what quote-unquote happened. The authority to decide what was allowed to have taken place at all. So tonight, we're going to examine 20 Soviet Union dark secrets that were never meant to be public. April 1979. A city called Sverdlovsk, though you won't find it working too hard to be found. It's a closed city, one of the ones sealed off the maps, where the buses run and the factories hum, and foreigners are simply not permitted to be. In the small hours, in a building the maps also decline to name, a night shift technician does an ordinary, forgivable thing. He removes a clogged air filter. And then he does the thing that turns an ordinary night into one of the strangest cover stories of the 20th century. He goes off shift and he forgets to write it down, forgets to log it, forgets to tell the next man. So the next man starts the machinery back up in a facility that grinds a certain very fine powder. And above the ceramics factory, a few streets downwind, before dawn, there settles a mist so fine that nobody sees it, nobody smells it, nobody feels a thing. By the end of the week, the men from that factory begin to die. Not gently, and not at random either. If you had drawn the deaths on a map of the city and drawn the wind on the same map, they would have been the same line. The dying traced the breeze. Doctors who had never seen anything like it started asking the questions doctors ask. And the state had already chosen its word. Meat, tainted meat, bad sausage from the private butchers, from the black market. You know how those people are. That was the story. Physicians were instructed, quietly and firmly, to write "Anthrax from contaminated meat" on the certificates and to write nothing else. Health inspectors seized sausage from market stalls, and out on the roads where the deaths clustered thickest, crews arrived and repaved the asphalt and washed down the trees and took away the topsoil, cleaning, you understand, a city that had merely suffered a run of bad luck with its lunch. It held. It held for 13 years. A superpower told the world that a butcher's mistake had killed its citizens, and the world, more or less, nodded. But that file, the one marked sausage, is not even the first drawer we'll open tonight. Because here is what that drawer actually contained. Somewhere in a cabinet, in a corridor, in that closed and nameless city, there sat the truth about the very air over a city of 1 million people. What was in it? How it got there? Who breathed it? And that truth waited in the dark, patient as paper always is, for 13 years, while the label on the outside said something about a sausage. That's one drawer. Tonight, we open 20. Let's begin with a single sheet of paper. Because most of the secrets we'll open tonight are diffuse things. A famine spread across 1,000 villages. A network of camps spread across a continent. They're hard to hold in one hand. This one you can hold in one hand. It's a memo. A few paragraphs of official prose, a date at the top, some signatures across it, and in it sits the distance between the label the world was given and what the file actually held. The label the world was given was this: the Germans did it. The file said something else, and between those two sentences lies 50 years. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. Go back to the autumn of 1939. Poland has just been carved in two. From the west, the German army, and from the east, under a secret protocol most of the world didn't yet know existed, the Red Army pouring across the border to take its agreed-upon half. The Polish state falls between two millstones in a matter of weeks. Now, when an army collapses, it produces prisoners. And into Soviet hands came a very particular kind of prisoner. Not just soldiers. Officers. The Polish officer corps of 1939 was not a cast apart. Poland had built a large reserve officer system, which means the men in those uniforms were, in their ordinary lives, the country's professional class. They were doctors, lawyers, university teachers, engineers, judges, journalists, army chaplains, veterinarians. Put on a reserve commission, and you had, in one net, a startling share of a nation's educated leadership. The men who would have rebuilt Poland after the war. The men who, one day, might have run a Poland that answered to Warsaw, and not to Moscow. They were gathered into three main camps: Kozelsk, Ostashkov, Starobelsk. Old monasteries and requisitioned buildings turned over to the NKVD, the Soviet secret police. And in those camps something odd happened. Something that, in hindsight, tells you a great deal. The prisoners were interrogated, carefully, at length, one by one, but not for military secrets, particularly. They were interviewed about who they were, what they thought, whether they were, in the language of the file, reconcilable to Soviet power, or not. Officers wrote letters home. They kept diaries, some of them, right up to the end. They ran little lecture series among themselves to pass the winter. A professor here giving a talk on history, a doctor there on medicine. They believed, most of them, that they were prisoners of war, that there were rules, that eventually there would be an exchange or a release, and they would go home to their wives and their practices and their lecture halls. They were being catalogued. That's what those interviews were, a sorting. And here's the detail that turns a tragedy into something closer to a puzzle, because not every man in those camps was killed. A small group, a few hundred out of the many thousands, was quietly pulled aside in the spring of 1940 and spared. Moved to a different camp, kept alive. Historians still argue about exactly why. Some were thought to be recruitable. Some had foreign governments taking an interest. Some, perhaps, simply landed on the useful side of a line drawn by men who never had to explain themselves. But those survivors mattered. A handful of men walked out of that system alive and could later say, "We were there." And then one day, the trains came, and our friends were taken, and none of them ever came back. They were witnesses. The state had, in its confidence, left a few witnesses. And then, in the spring of 1940, for everyone else, the letters stopped. Not slowed, stopped. The families, waiting in occupied Poland, simply heard nothing more. The trains that had been carrying the men somewhere kept carrying them somewhere, and where they went, no letter ever came back from. For the wives and the mothers, that silence was the beginning of a wait that would last, for many of them, the rest of their lives. They did not know it yet. But the decision about their husbands and their sons had already been made. It had been made on paper, and the paper had already been signed. The date on the memo is the 5th of March, 1940. It comes from Lavrenti Beria, the head of the NKVD and one of the very few men in the Soviet Union whose signature could end tens of thousands of lives with the stroke of a pen. It is addressed, as these things were, to Stalin. And it lays out the problem with the cold neatness of a man filing a quarterly report. The prisoners, Beria writes, are a problem. They are, and this is the phrasing that matters, hardened, uncompromising enemies of Soviet power. They cannot be reformed. They are, in essence, waiting for the chance to act against the state the moment they're free. And so his recommendation, set down in plain bureaucratic language, is that they be dealt with by the supreme penalty: shooting. Some 14,000 from the camps and thousands more from the prisons of Western Ukraine and Belarus. Cases to be reviewed without the prisoners present. No charges brought to them. No defense. No summons. The Troika, 3 men, would decide from the files in absentia, trial by paperwork. The men themselves would never even know they'd been tried. There would be no courtroom, no charge read aloud, no chance to answer it. Because a case decided from a folder by 3 officials who will never see your face isn't really a trial at all. It's a filing decision. And that was rather the point. A trial can go wrong. A trial has a defendant who might say something inconvenient, a record that might survive, a shape the world can look at afterward and call unjust. This had none of those hazards. This was administration. And then, across the top of that page, comes the part that has fixed this document in the memory of everyone who's ever seen it. Because Stalin did not simply approve it in some private, deniable way. He signed it, right there on the face of the memo, in colored pencil, the blue crayon scrawl of a man initialing a routine requisition, and beneath or beside his mark, 3 more members of the Politburo added theirs: Voroshilov, Molotov, Mikoyan, 4 of the most powerful men on Earth, endorsing the deaths of nearly 22,000 people on a single sheet, the way you or I might sign for a delivery. The colored pencil, it isn't sinister looking. It's casual. There's no black wax seal, no gothic flourish. It's the same soft pencil you'd use to circle a figure you liked in a budget. The banality of it is the horror of it. A mass execution approved with the exact body language of approving anything else on the desk that morning. The number that came out the other side, when the NKVD's own accounting was finally read, was 21,857. Call it nearly 22,000. Doctors, lawyers, teachers, engineers, fathers. The men whose letters had stopped. There's one more name that belongs on this page, even though history mostly forgets to say it. A deputy of Beria's named Vsevolod Merkulov, one of the men who ran the operation underneath the signatures. I mention him because when the confession finally came, half a century on, it was Beria and Merkulov, whom the Soviet state named as personally responsible, which tells you the paperwork was thorough enough, even then, to hand back not just the crime, but the specific hands that carried it out. The archive kept the middle managers, too. 1 page, 4 signatures, and a nation's educated class converted into a logistics problem and then into a number in a ledger. The killings themselves I will not draw for you in detail, and not out of squeamishness. It's that the detail isn't where the truth of this lives. The truth lives in the method, and the method was, above all, organized. The men were moved in batches. From the camps, told, many of them, that they were finally going home, or to a new camp, or to be exchanged. Some were cheerful about it. That's in the records too, and it's almost unbearable. Men glad to be leaving. Right at the end, they were taken by train, then by prison van, the windowless kind, to prepared sites. One of them was a wooded place near Smolensk that the world would eventually learn to call by its name, Katyn. There were others, a prison at Kalinin, the city we now call Tver, where the killings were done indoors, night after night, on a scale that required the work to be timetabled like a shift. Kharkiv, sites whose full list took decades to assemble. But it's Cudden Forest that gave the whole crime its name, because Cudden is where the ground would eventually give the secret back. The bodies went into pits, layered, methodical, and then covered over. And then, this is the touch of a careful bureaucracy, planted with young pine trees, so that in a season or two, the forest floor would look like forest floor. Nothing to see, nothing to have happened. And yet, remember what I said about the officers keeping diaries? Many of them still had those diaries on them in their coat pockets when they went into the ground. Letters, photographs of families, newspaper clippings, dated. A man will write in his diary in the morning. Without any idea, it will be the last thing he writes. And so the entries run right up to the edge and then simply stop on a date in the spring of 1940. Those pockets became, without anyone intending it, the evidence that would prove hardest to erase. Paper in the earth, keeping time. When the graves were finally opened, it was those dated scraps, more than anything, that would fix the killing to a spring when only one army held that forest. The victims, in the end, documented their own deaths more honestly than the state ever would. And back in Poland, and later in the wider world, the silence did its work. The families kept writing to camps that no longer held anyone. The Red Cross made inquiries that went nowhere. Later, when Poland had an army in exile fighting alongside the Allies, its commanders went looking, formally at the highest levels, for the 15,000 or so officers they knew had been in Soviet hands. "Where are our men?" they asked Soviet officials directly, and they were told a series of things. That the men had been released, that they'd gone to Manchuria, that they'd escaped and simply couldn't be located. Vague, shifting, patient answers. The answers of a state that knew exactly where every one of those men was, down to the pit. The truth was in the ground under the pines, and it was in the drawer, in Moscow, and in both places, it waited. Then, in 1943, the ground gave it back. By now, the map has turned. Germany, which took the western half of Poland in 1939, has since invaded its former partner, and German forces hold the area around Smolensk. And it's the Germans who dig into Cudden Forest and find the bits. Thousands of Polish officers in their uniforms, with their letters and diaries still on them. The paper still legible enough to date the deaths to the spring of 1940. A time when that ground was firmly in Soviet, not German, hands. Now, Nazi Germany was not exactly a disinterested party in search of justice. Berlin understood instantly what it was holding. Not a war crime, but a wedge. Here was a chance to split the Allies, to turn the London Poles against Moscow, and it announced the discovery to the world with all the propaganda machinery it had. And Moscow's response was immediate and total. And it is the reason this story sits where it does tonight. The Soviet Union did not flinch, did not hedge, did not go quiet. It accused Germany. The Germans, said Moscow, had done this themselves. shot the Poles in 1941 after overrunning the area, and were now blaming the crime on the USSR, the state that had ordered the killing in colored pencil 3 years earlier, stood up in front of the world and pointed at the corpses and named a different killer. And it went further when the Polish government in exile, grieving and not fooled, asked the International Red Cross to investigate independently. Stalin used that request as his excuse to sever relations with them entirely. It was a remarkable maneuver. You commit the crime, you blame your enemy for it, and when the victim's own government asks a neutral party to simply look, you treat that request as the insult and cut them off. It cleared the diplomatic ground for a post-war Poland run from Moscow. The lie wasn't just cover, it was a tool. It did work. And here is where you have to allow yourself one cold, dry observation, because the audacity of the next part rewards it. When the war ended and the Allies convened at Nuremberg to try the surviving Nazi leadership for their crimes, the Soviet prosecution brought Katyn to the courtroom. That's right. Having done the thing themselves, they entered it into evidence as a German atrocity and asked the tribunal to hang Germans for it. It takes a very particular kind of institutional nerve to murder 22,000 people and then subpoena someone else's hangman over it. It did not go well for them. The evidence wouldn't hold. The dates were wrong for the German story, and everyone serious in that courtroom could see it. And rather than pull the thread, rather than expose an Allies' crime in the middle of the war crimes trial of the century, the tribunal quietly let the Katyn charge drop. No verdict, no finding. It simply fell out of the proceedings, unmentioned. The lie was too useful to too many people to be examined. And it's the part that isn't about the Soviets at all. A lie of this size doesn't survive on the strength of the liar alone. It survives because other people, for their own reasons, decide not to look too closely. In the early 1950s, a committee of the U.S. Congress, the Madden Committee, did finally look. And it looked hard, and it concluded what by then everyone half knew, that the Soviets had done it. And then nothing happened. It was the Cold War. Poland was already behind the line. There was no move to be made that was worth the cost of making it. So the finding went onto a shelf, and the official world went on, more or less, pretending. A truth can be known in full by serious people, in writing, and still not be allowed to be true, because the moment isn't convenient. That's a different kind of drawer, not a locked one. Just one that everybody agrees not to open. So the drawer stayed shut, and it would stay shut for a very long time after that. Here is the arithmetic that I keep coming back to with this one. A man shot at Katyn in the spring of 1940 might have been 30 years old. If he'd lived an ordinary Polish life, the practice, the lecture hall, the family, he could reasonably have expected to see, say, 1980, maybe beyond. The lie about how he died outlasted the life he never got to finish. The cover story ran longer than the man would have, because it was not until 1990 that the drawer opened. 50 years? Through the whole of the Second World War, through the Cold War, through decades in which everyone who mattered privately suspected the truth, a U.S. Congressional Committee had concluded Soviet guilt back in the early 1950s. The official Soviet position held. The Germans did it. Generation after generation of Polish families were taught, in their own occupied country, to lay the debts of their fathers at the wrong door. And then, in April of 1990, under Gorbachev, the state news agency TASS did the thing the state had refused to do for half a century. It admitted it. The NKVD had carried out the killings. Beria and his men were named. And Gorbachev handed over to the Polish president, Wojciech Jaruzelski, the archival lists, the transport records, the accounting of the dead. The paper. The drawer, at last, pulled open, and the label peeled off. In 2010, the Russian State Duma went a step further and formally acknowledged that the massacre had been carried out on Stalin's direct orders. You might think that's where it ends. The confession, the documents, the parliament's condemnation, the record set right. But the record is never quite as settled as a single good day makes it seem. That same year, 2010, a Polish government delegation flew to Russia to mark the 70th anniversary at Katyn itself. The president and dozens of the country's senior figures coming to stand at the graves. Their plane went down in the fog near Smolensk. Everyone aboard was killed. A nation that had already lost its officer class in that forest lost a second layer of its leadership in the sky above it, on the way to mourn the first. The forest, it seemed, was not finished. And in the years since, the drawer has not stayed cleanly open. In some Russian textbooks, the account has grown quieter, hazier. The certainty of 1990 softened, the responsibility blurred, the question reopened that the documents had closed. The confession was made. It stands, on paper, in the archive. But there are always hands reaching back toward the drawer, testing whether it might be eased shut again. Whether a thing admitted can be unadmitted if you simply stop saying it out loud. A secret doesn't die when it's confessed. It just changes from a thing that is hidden into a thing that must be actively remembered. And remembering, it turns out, is work that never quite ends. 1 page, 4 signatures, 50 years of silence, 1 day of truth, and a long, quiet argument still going over whether the drawer gets to stay open, which brings us to a different kind of lie. Because Katyn was a truth the state kept locked away. The next drawer holds something stranger, a lie the state built on purpose, and it's still out there tonight. Most of what we open tonight, we date by the day it was buried. The memo signed and locked in a safe. The grave dug and planted over with young pines. You measure those secrets by how long they managed to stay in the dark. 13 years, 26, 50. This one you measure differently, because this one was never meant to stay in the dark at all. It was built to travel, built to get out and keep going, and be repeated by people who'd never heard of the men who made it. And so instead of asking when it was buried, we get to ask a question we almost never get to ask of a secret. We get to ask when it was born. It has a birthday. It has a birthplace. It even has, if you go looking, something close to a birth certificate. A name the men who made it wrote down in their own files, the way you'd name a project or a child. They called it Denver. Now, you may have heard this story under a different name. Most people who know it at all know it as Infection, and that name has a certain menace to it. So it stuck, and it spread, and it's what you'll find if you search for it tonight. But that's a later invention. A label the world pressed onto the thing after the fact, the way we do. In the actual paperwork, in the internal files of the service that ran it, the operation was Denver. Which is a small thing. Even the name you know for this lie is not the name on the file. Let me tell you where it was born. And I'll warn you now, gently, before we start. This is a story about a lie, and the lie fed on a real disease and on real people who were suffering and dying and deserved the truth and got handed this instead. Keep those people somewhere in your mind as we go. The particular cruelty of this operation is that it needed their grief to work. It took a genuine catastrophe and used it as a vehicle. Go to the summer of 1983, not to Moscow, to India, to the pages of a newspaper in Delhi called The Patriot. And here is the first thing you have to know about The Patriot, the one fact that changes how you read every word that ever appeared in it. The KGB had founded it years earlier, set it up, funded it quietly through cutouts, and then let it run as an ordinary-looking, respectable, left-leaning paper, precisely so that one day, when the day came, there would be a credible outlet in a non-aligned country, ready to print exactly what Moscow wanted printed, in a voice that sounded like anything on earth except Moscow. That took real patience. You plant an entire newspaper, not an article, a newspaper, and then you wait. You keep it alive and breathing and publishing for years against a use that hasn't arrived yet. It is, I think, the most patient act of gardening in this whole archive. You prepare the soil a decade before you have a seed. And in July of 1983, the seed arrived. The Patriot ran a letter. It was presented as the work of a well-known American scientist and anthropologist, anonymous, naturally, said to be shielding himself from his own government. And the letter made a claim that a frightened world was, just at that moment, exactly primed to believe. It said that AIDS, this new, terrifying, barely understood illness that had started killing people, that no one could yet explain, that carried with it every kind of fear a mystery carries, had not come from nature at all. It had been made, manufactured, engineered, on purpose in a laboratory of the United States military at a place called Fort Detrick. And here's why that particular address was chosen. Because it wasn't chosen at random. Fort Detrick was real. It had genuinely been the center of America's own biological weapons research for decades, until that offensive program was shut down at the end of the 1960s. So the lie did the thing all durable lies do. It didn't build from nothing. It borrowed a real address, a real history, a real thing the American government had in fact once done, and hung a false accusation on that solid, verifiable hook. A wholly invented claim is easy to dismiss. A wholly invented claim bolted onto a true fact is a great deal harder to shake loose. The letter was a fabrication resting on a foundation the reader could go and confirm. And then, nothing. The letter ran in 1983, and it sank, the way a single item in a single foreign paper almost always sinks. For a couple of years, there was silence, and if you didn't know better, you'd have called the whole thing a failure. It hadn't failed. It was germinating. Because to grow, a lie like this needs two things, and it had neither yet. It needed repetition. The same claim surfacing again and again, in different places, in different mouths, until it stopped looking like one man's letter and started looking like a thing that people were saying. And it needed a lab coat. It needed someone with real credentials to stand next to it and lend it, the one thing an anonymous letter can never possess on its own: authority. Both arrived. The repetition came through the East German Stasi, specifically its disinformation service, which took the Fort Detrick claim and went to work on it patiently over the middle years of the decade, feeding it outward through sympathetic outlets, dressing it in forged and forged-looking documents, walking it from paper to paper, country to country. And the lab coat came in the form of a retired East German biologist named Jakob Siegel, who produced a paper, a scientific-looking paper, with the shape and the vocabulary and the footnotes of real research, arguing that the genetics of this virus pointed to a laboratory, pointed to Detrick. Siegel presented himself as an independent scientist, simply following the evidence where it led. The evidence did not lead there, but the paper existed now, and a paper can be cited. And the moment a claim can be cited, it stops looking like a rumor and starts looking like a controversy. And a controversy, unlike a rumor, earns coverage, earns airtime, earns the phrase, "some scientists believe." That's the machinery. It isn't one enormous shove, it's 1,000 small ones, each one making the next one look a little more legitimate than the last. And then it made the leap these things almost never make. On the 30th of March, 1987, the claim appeared on the CBS Evening News, reported on the air by Dan Rather, one of the most trusted names in American broadcasting, seated at the anchor desk of a network that reached tens of millions of American homes every single night. The segment aired the Soviet allegation that the AIDS virus might be a Pentagon creation, and it went out at that moment without a firm government rebuttal riding alongside to knock it flat. Here is what had just happened. A letter the KGB had planted in a newspaper the KGB had founded in Delhi 4 years earlier had just been read aloud as news by an American anchorman into the living rooms of the very country the lie was built to accuse. There's a grim symmetry to it. The free press, the one thing the Soviet system could not build at home, could not control, could not for a moment tolerate, had become the delivery truck for a Soviet lie. Openness wasn't the defense against the operation. Openness was the operation's closest friend. By the Count's researchers assembled afterward, the story ran, in one form or another, in something like 80 countries. It couldn't run in the open like that forever without being seen for what it was. And it wasn't. American officials had been tracking it and naming it publicly as Soviet disinformation for years. But the thing that finally reached up and closed the file wasn't a report. It was a conversation. In October of 1987, the American Secretary of State, George Shultz, sat across from Mikhail Gorbachev, and this at a moment when Gorbachev wanted a great many things from the West. Wanted the relationship, wanted the arms agreements, wanted to be taken seriously as a new kind of Soviet leader. And Schultz raised the AIDS campaign to his face, told him in so many words, "We know what this is. We know exactly where it comes from, and it is going to cost you." And shortly after, at the very end of that same month, a Soviet publication, Izvestia, ran the kind of article the Soviet press ran when a thing needed quietly to be unsaid. A piece in which Soviet scientists distanced themselves from the Fort Detrick claim. Not an apology, not a confession, just a hand, reaching in, taking the operation off the stove. And there is the single moment in this entire affair with a bureaucrat's fingerprints all over it. The same state that had spent 4 years and an entire clandestine apparatus pushing this lie into 80 countries, retired it, in the end, with one measured newspaper article that most of those 80 countries never laid eyes on. It takes a bullhorn to start a rumor and a whisper to end one. And Moscow, to the last, budgeted accordingly. So the operation closed. The file, such as it was, went quiet. But here is the thing about a lie that was designed, from its first day, to travel. You can recall the men who made it. You can recall the money, and the newspaper, and the forged documents, and the borrowed biologist. You can, decades later, open the archives, read the real code name, and reconstruct precisely how the whole thing was done, which is exactly what historians eventually did. You can retire the operation completely and utterly. You cannot recall the belief, because by the time Schultz sat down with Gorbachev, the claim no longer needed the KGB at all. It had been said too many times, in too many places, by far too many mouths that had no idea whose errand they were running. It had crossed the line from something a state was pushing into something people simply, sincerely believed. And a belief, once it's loose, does not report back to its author. It doesn't need the lab that made it. It replicates on its own, in fresh mouths, for fresh reasons, long after everyone who built it is dust. The operation ended in 1987. The lie did not. It is still out there tonight, still in circulation, in corners of the world, inside arguments. Its originators are no longer alive to have. And that is the strange, cold achievement sitting in this drawer. Almost everything else the Soviet state hid, it eventually lost. The truth clawed its way out, sooner or later, and the lie died in the light. This is the one where the state lost its lie by succeeding with it. It made a thing that outgrew it. The lab is long gone. What it released into the conversation is not, which is a fitting thing to carry with us, because the next drawer holds the exact mirror of it. It's the file we left open at the very start of tonight. We opened tonight with a tease and then walked away from it. A technician, an air filter, a fine mist over a factory, and a word the state had already chosen. Sausage? I promised you we'd come back. This is the drawer. But before we open it fully, you have to understand the place it happened, because the place is half the crime. Sverdlovsk, it's called Yekaterinburg again now, was in 1979 a closed city. And closed was not a figure of speech. It was a legal condition. There were cities in the Soviet Union that did not fully appear on public maps, that foreigners were forbidden to enter, that carried a number instead of a name in the internal files, where you could not simply arrive or leave or move house without the state's permission. They were closed because they held things the state could not afford the world to see. Weapons work, nuclear work, and in Sverdlovsk, in a military facility catalogued as Compound 19, Sverdlovsk 19. A very particular kind of work indeed. They were manufacturing anthrax as a weapon in quantity. Now here is the fact that turns this from a tragedy into something with the cold shape of a crime. 7 years earlier, in 1972, the Soviet Union had signed the Biological Weapons Convention, the international treaty that banned outright the development and production and stockpiling of exactly this. Signed it, put its name to a document promising the world it would not build the very thing that was, at that moment, being milled into a fine dry powder inside Compound 19. The USSR did not sign that treaty and then quietly ignore it. It signed that treaty and then built a secret empire dedicated to breaking it. A sprawling network of institutes and plants run largely under a civilian-sounding umbrella called Biopreparat, employing, at its height, tens of thousands of people, scientists, technicians, guards, administrators, an entire hidden industry whose only product was a thing its country had formerly sworn never to make. So understand what was actually sitting in that closed city. Not a lie the state told the world. A truth the state was hiding from the world. An industrial-scale violation of its own signed word, humming away behind a fence in a place the maps declined to name. Everything that happened next, The deaths, the sausage, the 13 years happened because that truth was the most dangerous secret the Soviet Union possessed. It was the one they could never, ever admit. And so when it got loose, they had no choice but to lie. The size of the cover-up tells you the size of the thing being covered. It got loose because of the smallest human thing imaginable. On the 2nd of April, 1979, on a night shift inside Compound 19, the anthrax was being processed, dried, milled, handled as a fine powder. And between that process and the outside air stood a filter, a big exhaust filter, doing the one job that mattered more than any other job in that entire building: catching the spores so that what went up the stack and out into the sky of a sleeping city was clean. The filter clogged. Somebody on that shift removed it. An ordinary, sensible, forgivable thing to do with a clogged filter. And then they went off shift. And they did not write it down. Didn't log it, didn't flag it, didn't tell the man coming on next that the single most important safety device in the facility was, at that moment, sitting off to one side. So the next shift started the machinery back up. As you would, everything looked normal. Everything ran normal. And for a few hours, in the small dark hours of a Monday, a plant milling, weaponized anthrax, ran with its main filter out and vented quietly, invisibly, into the wind. It was not a large amount. That's a detail people struggle with. We are not talking about a cloud you could see or smell or feel land on your skin. We are talking about a quantity of dry spores small enough that no one at the time noticed a thing. But anthrax, weaponized, milled to that fineness, does not need to be a cloud. A few spores drawn deep into a pair of lungs is enough. And the wind that night was blowing from the compound to the southeast, across a district of the city, across a ceramics factory where the day shift would soon be at their benches, across streets and homes and a strip of countryside beyond. Within days, the men from that ceramics factory began to fall ill, a whole cluster of them, workers who had shared nothing except a building that happened to sit directly downwind. Then others along that same southeastern line. It came on like a bad flu, and then it turned, fast and hard, into something the doctors of Sverdlovsk had never seen at this scale and were not prepared to name. The hospitals filled, the wards were sealed, and the people in them, most of them, died quickly and in numbers over a matter of weeks. And here is the detail I asked you to hold at the very beginning of tonight. The dying was not random. It was a shape. If you took a map of the city and you marked every home and every workplace where someone had fallen ill, and then, on the same map, you drew the direction the wind had blown on the night of the 2nd of April, those two lines were the same line. The deaths traced the breeze. They fanned out southeast from Compound 19 in a long, narrowing plume. exactly the way a plume of something released into the air at a single point on a single night would fan out. The map of the dead was a weather report. It pointed, like an arrow, straight back at the compound that the maps refused to name. The doctors could see the arrow. The question was whether anyone would ever be allowed to follow it. They would not, because the KGB arrived, and the KGB had already decided what had happened. Anthrax, you see, occurs in nature. It's a disease of livestock, and people who handle infected animals or eat infected meat can contract it. And so there was a ready-made, entirely plausible, non-military explanation sitting right there on the shelf, waiting to be used. Bad meat. Tainted, black market meat sold off the books by private butchers, the kind of shady half-legal commerce a good Soviet citizen was always being warned about anyway. It had the great virtue of being the sort of thing people already half believed. So that became the truth. Not the truth, the official truth, which in that system was the only kind that counted. Doctors were instructed, quietly and without room for discussion, on what to write. Death certificates were to record gastrointestinal anthrax, anthrax contracted by eating contaminated meat, not inhaled, eaten. The distinction was everything, because inhaled anthrax doesn't come from a butcher. Inhaled anthrax comes from a cloud, and a cloud comes from somewhere. So the records were made to say the victims had swallowed it. Certificates that told a different story were, where they could be reached, altered to agree. Health inspectors fanned out through the markets and seized meat from the stalls, made a visible public show of hunting down the guilty sausage. Warnings went up about black market butchers. And out along that southeastern line, the exact line the deaths had drawn, crews arrived and got to work on the city itself. They repaved roads. They washed down trees and the walls of buildings. They scraped away and carted off the topsoil. Cleaning, you understand, a city that had merely suffered an unlucky run of bad lunches. Sterilizing the ground beneath a story about sausage. If you think about it too long, it stops making sense. Why would tainted meat require you to dig up the streets? But nobody in Sverdlovsk was in a position to think about it too long out loud. And so here is the moment this story has been earning, and I'll give it to you as dryly as it deserves. To conceal the existence of one of the most fearsome weapons ever devised, a program so secret its own country had signed a treaty pretending it didn't exist, the mightiest security apparatus on the planet reached into its bag of options and pulled out a butcher. A superpower with intercontinental missiles and a global spy network protected its deepest secret by blaming a man selling bad sausage from a market stall. They tried it. And it worked. It held for 13 years. For 13 years, the accepted account inside the Soviet Union, and to a large and uneasy extent outside it, was that some contaminated meat had killed a few dozen unlucky people in a provincial city, and that was that. The West suspected. Emigre reports trickled out. Intelligence agencies had their doubts. Something about the numbers and the pattern never quite sat right. But Suspicion is not proof, and Moscow held the proof. In a drawer, in a closed city, under a repaved road. The label on the file said meat, and the file stayed shut. A secret like that does not come undone on its own. It doesn't rot open. Someone has to carry it out. And the thing the Soviet system could never fully account for, the weakness built into a machine that ran on tens of thousands of educated people, was that some of those people had a conscience, or a breaking point, or simply a limit. And a man who has spent his life inside the secret can, one day, decide to walk out the door with it in his head. 2 of them did. The first was a scientist named Vladimir Pasechnik. He was no dissident on the fringes. He was an insider, a facility director, a man near the heart of biopreparate. And in October of 1989, on a trip abroad, he walked into the British Embassy in Paris and did not come back. What he carried out with him detonated, quietly, inside Western intelligence. Because the West, for all its suspicion, had badly misjudged the thing. Pasechnik described a program vastly larger than anyone outside it had believed. By the reckoning that followed, something like 10 times larger. Not a lab, not a facility, an industry. The scale itself was the revelation. And then, a few years later, in 1992, came the second man, and he could speak to the very heart of it. His name was Ken Alibek, born Kanatjan Alibekov, a military microbiologist who had risen to become the first deputy director of biopreparat, overseeing an operation with tens of thousands of staff. He was not a man who had glimpsed the program from the edge. He had helped run it. And when he defected to the United States, he laid it out, the sites, the diseases, the intent, and the tonnage. Now, I want to be careful and honest with you here, because this is the point where a story like this can slide from history into legend. The most staggering figures we have for what that program actually produced. The claim that the Soviet Union successfully weaponized anthrax by the hundreds of tons, along with smallpox, plague, and worse. Those figures come, in large part, from Alibek's own account, his own book, his own testimony. The existence and the sheer scale of the program are corroborated from many directions. Some of the specific numbers rest primarily on the word of the man who was there. So I'll hand them to you the way they should be handed to you. This is what the insider said. And the insider had every reason to know, and no one has produced a better account. But it's his testimony, not a treaty inspector's audit. Hold it as what it is. And Pasechnik's defection did something else, too, something the anthrax deaths themselves never had. It gave Western leaders proof solid enough to use in a room. As the account goes, the British Prime Minister, John Major, confronted Gorbachev directly over the program at the start of the 1990s, telling him, in effect, that London now had the goods, that the denials were finished. Take that as the paraphrase it is. We don't have the transcript. But the shape of it is documented, and it matters, because it's the same move that ended the AIDS lie one drawer ago. Not a public expose. A quiet sentence, delivered leader to leader. We know. It turns out the thing that finally cracks a superpower's secret is very often not a headline. It's a colleague across a table, letting you understand that the pretending can stop now. What matters for our draw is simpler than the tonnage. Two men who had been on the inside of the most closely guarded program in the country stood up in the West and said, "It's real." It was always real. And in Sverdlovsk in 1979, it got out. That still left the question of proof, because a defector's word, however credible, is still a word, and the deaths in Sverdlovsk were now more than a decade old. The roads repaved, the certificates altered, the ground scraped clean. The physical trail had been deliberately, systematically erased. Almost all of it, but you cannot repave the wind. In 1992, an American scientist named Matthew Meselson, a Harvard biologist who, it should be said, had for years been genuinely open to the possibility that the meat story might be true, led an independent team into what was now Yekaterinburg to do the thing no one had been permitted to do in 1979, to follow the arrow. They gathered the records that survived and the memories of families, and they plotted it all out, where each victim had been, not where they lived necessarily, but where they were during the daytime hours of that first week of April, 1979. And then they laid that map against the meteorological record, the wind, on the night of the 2nd. It was the plume. Precisely. The human cases and the animal deaths fell along a single narrow band running southeast from Compound 19, tapering exactly as an airborne release from a single point would taper, matching the wind of that specific night. Meat does not do that. Meat kills whoever ate it, scattered wherever they happened to buy it. This killed along a line drawn by the weather. The science said what the doctors of Sverdlovsk had been able to see with their own eyes 13 years earlier and had been ordered to unsee. This came out of the air. And there was only one thing upwind. By then, the state itself had already broken. In June of 1992, Boris Yeltsin, the first president of a Russia that was no longer the Soviet Union, publicly admitted it. The outbreak had been caused by the military. It was an accident at a weapons facility. The meat story was a lie. The drawer was open at last. But look closely at how it opened. It did not open because someone in power was finally overcome by conscience. It did not open because the men who ran Compound 19 confessed, or the state that lied for 13 years repented. It opened because the state that had told the lie no longer existed, and the new one found it useful to admit an old regime's guilt. Yeltsin was distancing the new Russia from the Soviet dead behind it, and the truth about Sverdlovsk was, in that moment, a convenient thing to hand over. The confession came not from remorse, but from a change of management. The truth got out because, for once, telling it served the people in power better than hiding it did. That is a colder reason than justice, and it is the reason the drawer sits open today. As for the count, you'll see it written as at least 66, sometimes 68, and you should know that even that low figure is almost certainly light. The people who kept the records were the same people erasing them. When the record keeper is the killer, the number you're given is a flaw, not a total. at least 66 to 68, and likely more, killed by the air over their own city while their government told them to check their sausage. Let me pause here before we go on, because we've now opened 3 of these together, and I find myself curious. If you could pull open one drawer, one institution, one country, one moment in history that you've always suspected was handed to the public with the wrong label on it, which would it be? Tell me in the comments. I read them, and honestly, some of the best files I've ever gone looking for started as somebody's comment on a night like this one. Name the one you'd want opened. I'm listening. Because the next drawer takes us from a single lie, told to cover a single accident, to something colder and more organized than either. Sverdlovsk was the state improvising, caught out, scrambling, reaching for a butcher. What comes next was the state at its most deliberate. Not a cover story invented in a panic, but killing turned into paperwork. A quota, a form, a number assigned to each region of the country, with instructions to fill it. The last 3 drawers each held a single act. One memo, one lie shipped abroad, one clogged filter, one spring wind, one poisoned afternoon over a closed city. You could hold each of them, more or less, in one hand, a crime with edges, with a date, with a place you could put your finger on. This one has no edges. This one isn't a crime, exactly. It's a procedure. Because there came a point where the state stopped scrambling after the fact, stopped reaching in a panic for a butcher to blame, and simply put killing on a schedule. Turned it into something a clerk could run from behind a desk, with a calendar and a target and a monthly report. What we're about to open is not a body in a forest or a mist over a factory. It's a piece of paper that did to murder what a well-run enterprise does to everything else. It set a goal. It broke the goal down by region. It handed the goal to managers, and then it asked those managers, at intervals, how they were getting on. The words the state used out loud, you already half know. Enemies of the people. Wreckers. Anti-Soviet elements. The file underneath spoke a different language, and it is, I think, language as cold as any in these files. Not because it's savage, because it's so completely, so fluently clerical. It reads like a budget. The document is called Order Number 447. It was signed on the 30th of July, 1937, by the head of the NKVD, the secret police, a small, sickly, oddly delicate man named Nikolai Yezhov. History has hung a nickname on him that tells you everything about the season he presided over. They called him the Bloody Dwarf. And the Politburo, Stalin at the head of it, approved what he had drafted. Now, most people, when they imagine a campaign of mass killing, imagine it starting with the victims. A group is identified. A grievance is named. And then the machinery goes after that group. What makes Order 447 different, what makes it, in a way, worse, is that it ran the whole thing backward. It did not start with the people. It started with the number. The order named its categories in broad, elastic strokes. Former kulaks, that is, peasants once branded as too prosperous, a class the state had spent years destroying and now wanted finished. Former Tsarist officials, the servants of the old order, clergy, and then a wonderfully vague final basket, the order simply called criminal elements and other anti-Soviet elements, words with no floor and no ceiling, into which very nearly anyone could be dropped. That last category is the one to watch because it did a particular kind of work. A man with any old arrest on his record, any smudge in a file from years before, could be reached for and folded in, not because of anything he had done lately, but because the paperwork already had his name and needed bodies. The categories weren't really the engine. They were the justification you reached for after the fact. The engine was the figure printed alongside them. Because the order came with a quota, a national target set in advance in Moscow before a single name had been chosen. 268,950 people. Of those, 76,000 were assigned to what the paperwork called the first category, to be shot. The remaining 190-odd thousand went to the second category, the camps. And that grand total was then carved up and parceled out to every region of the country, the way head office might apportion a sales target down to its branches. This many for your province. This many for yours. The sequence is the thing. The number came first. The bodies were found to fit it afterward. Somewhere in a given region there was now an official holding a page that said his territory owed the state, let us say, 500 shot and 1,000 to the camps, and it was his job, over the coming weeks, to produce 1,500 human beings who could plausibly be dropped into those elastic categories. Guilt was not discovered. Guilt was allocated. It arrived as a subtraction problem, and the arrests were merely the way you did the arithmetic. And who decided, case by case, which frightened person filled which slot? Not a court. A troika. 3 men, a local party boss, the regional NKVD chief, a prosecutor, sitting together with a stack of files, working through them at a pace that leaves you cold when you learn it. Dozens in a sitting. The accused was not in the room. There was no charge read to his face, no defense, no witness, often nothing but a thin folder and a recommendation, and 3 men moving down the list. The entire deliberation over whether a man lived or went to a camp or died could take, quite literally, the length of time it takes to read a name and initial a column. That was the whole apparatus. A number sent down. A basket of categories broad enough to reach whoever the number required. 3 men working through a pile to fill it. No trial in any sense you or I would recognize the word. A trial has a defendant who can speak, and there was no one in the room to speak. Just a folder, a recommendation, and the soft scratch of an initial in a column. It is the most efficient thing in this entire archive, and efficiency, here, is the most terrifying quality a thing can possess. A frenzy burns itself out. A procedure does not. A procedure just runs until someone in an office decides to switch it off. Now, If that were the end of it, a cruel quota, coldly filled, it would already be one of the darkest pages we open tonight. But there is a detail in the files that turns it from cold to genuinely surreal. The regions asked for more. Understand what the quota was supposed to be. It was a ceiling, a limit, a number the center had decided was, in some grotesque internal logic, enough. And in almost any other bureaucracy on Earth, a target handed down from head office is a thing you quietly try to come in under. But this was not almost any other bureaucracy. This was a system in which a regional NKVD chief's whole standing, his promotion, his safety, quite possibly his own survival, was measured by his zeal, by how hard he could be seen to be hunting enemies. And so the ceiling became a floor, and the floor became a competition. They telegraphed Moscow. Regional chiefs wired the capital asking for their quotas to be raised, requesting permission to shoot more of their own people than the plan required, because to fill your quota was merely adequate, but to beg for a larger one and fill that too was to prove your vigilance, to outshine the fellow running the next province over. Ask what has to be true inside a man for him to send that particular telegram. He is not being pushed. He is not filling an order under threat. He is volunteering. He has looked at the number head office gave him, judged it insufficiently ambitious, and asked, in writing, for the honor of exceeding it. Moscow, more often than not, obliged. The numbers were revised upward, again and again, region by region, each increase a small, clean transaction between a man who wanted to look loyal and a center perfectly happy to let him prove it. What Order 447 created in its purest form was a performance review culture. Targets set from above. Managers competing to exceed them. Requests in writing for a more ambitious number next quarter. Recognition flowing to whoever posted the biggest figures. It is the exact incentive structure of any striving, upwardly mobile enterprise you've ever heard described in a business seminar. The quarterly stretch goal, the leaderboard, the star performer who over-delivers. The only difference, the entire difference, is what was being counted. The key performance indicator was corpses, and the ambitious men wanted to beat their targets. The operation was meant to run 4 months. It ran for 15 August of 1937 to November of 1938, a stretch that history remembers as the peak of the Great Terror. And when the accounting for this single operation was finally read out of the archives, the figures were these. Under Order 447 alone, 767,397 people condemned. Of them, 386,798 shot. Roughly half of everyone processed, killed. And that is one operation, folded inside a larger terror whose own official tally, and remember whose hand kept these books, runs to more than 1.5 million arrested, and something close to 680,000 executed across those 2 years. Those are not battlefield numbers. There was no war. This was a state, in a time of peace, meeting a target it had set for itself, and then, at the eager request of its middle managers, raising the target and meeting that too. A number on a page is a hard thing to feel. So let me take you to the place where one region's arithmetic came to rest, because it is close. Much closer than you'd think a thing like this could hide. Drive out of the center of Moscow, south, past the ring road that girdles the city, and keep going a little way into the countryside, a matter of 5 kilometers or so beyond the edge, and you come to a wooded estate near a village called Butovo. Before the terror, it was an unremarkable property, once a stud farm, then taken over by the NKVD and marked on no useful map as anything but a restricted special object. Ordinary Muscovites had no idea what it was. There was a fence, and there were guards, and there was the particular kind of official silence that taught a sensible Soviet citizen not to wonder aloud. What happened at Butovo happened at night. Prisoners were brought out from the city's prisons in trucks, closed vans after dark, along quiet roads, to a place they were told, if they were told anything, was a transit point, a processing stop. And there, over the 16 years the site was in use, from 1937 into the 1950s, at least 20,761 people were shot and buried in long trenches cut into that wood. At least. That is the documented floor, assembled name by name from the paperwork, and the true figure is very likely higher. I want to give you one date, because a total that large goes numb in the mind, and a single day can hold what a total cannot. The 28th of February, 1938. On that one day, at that one estate outside the ring road, 562 people were shot. 562 in a single sitting of the machine. More than have died in most of the atrocities that get their own names and their own memorials. And then the trucks went back to the city, and the next night's list was drawn up, and the work went on. It was not a frenzy. That's the thing about Butovo. It was a rota. It was scheduled. And the people in those trenches were not one kind of person, because the categories had been elastic on purpose, and elastic nets catch everything. The dead of Butovo came from something like 60 nationalities. There were laborers and clerks and engineers and farmhands. There were, by the surviving paperwork, 9 American citizens, though the nationality columns rest on incomplete NKVD records, so take that as the record says it, not as a certainty. There were Orthodox clergymen, among them a frail, elderly, former Metropolitan of Leningrad, Serafim Chichagov, a man in his 80s, a trained physician who had given his life to his church, carried to his death, and later named by that church a martyr. There were artists of the Soviet avant-garde, the very modernists the revolution had once thrilled to, men like Drevin and Klutsis, shot in the same wood as the priests they'd have shared no belief with in life. That is what an elastic category does across 16 years. It flattens a whole cross-section of a country, the devout and the modern, the citizen and the foreigner, the famous and the entirely obscure, into a single undifferentiated thing, the material required to meet a number. For decades, the woods simply kept its secret, the way ground does. And then, after the Soviet collapse, people went looking. The land was given over in the mid-1990s to the Russian Orthodox Church, and a church was raised on the site, a memorial over the graves. And alongside the church came a quieter, stranger labor, people sitting with the archives, matching the paperwork to the pits, taking each entry in the ledgers of the shot and restoring it to the person behind it. Compiling books, long books, volume after volume, that did nothing but list them, the people they were before they were a quota. It is a small thing to set against 20,000, but it is the exact opposite of what the Order did. The Order turned names into a number. These people, decades later, in a wood 5 kilometers past the ring road, sat down and turned the number, patiently, back into names. There is a way these stories usually end, and it isn't this one. Usually the man who built the terrible thing dies old or comfortable, or at least in his own bed, having outlived the reach of what he made. That is the ordinary, dispiriting shape of it. Not here. Because the machine Yezov built had one feature its designer failed to account for. It did not distinguish. It was built to consume a category, and its designer, it turned out, could be placed in a category as easily as anyone. By late 1938, the terror had done its work. And a terror that has done its work becomes an embarrassment. Too many dead, too much visible zeal, too many awkward questions about who exactly had ordered all of it. And so, the state did the thing the state always did. It needed the excess pinned on someone, needed a name to carry the blame away from the top, and the most convenient name in the building was the one whose signature sat at the bottom of the order. Yezov was eased out of his post, replaced, and then, in 1939, arrested, processed by precisely the apparatus he had built and run. The closed hearing. The confession extracted in the usual way. The sentence that had been decided before the hearing began. On the 2nd of February, 1940, the bloody dwarf was shot, in all likelihood folded into some regional tally as one more line in a column he had designed. The architect went into the machine exactly like everyone else it had swallowed, and the machine did not so much as pause to notice whose turn it was. That is the thing about building a device to consume a category of person. You had better be very sure you never end up in the category. And the paperwork, the order itself, the quota tables, the telegrams begging for higher numbers, the troika minutes, the ledgers of the shot, all of it went into the drawer, and the drawer stayed shut through the whole long Soviet afterward. Ordinary people knew there had been a terror. Everyone knew someone who had vanished. But the shape of it, the fact that it had run on quotas, that a region had owed a number, that men had competed to overshoot, that stayed sealed. It could not be admitted, because the banality was more damning than any single massacre could ever be. A monster you can disown. A budget line you cannot. The tables came out after 1991, when the archives were finally opened, and that is where the historians and the volunteers of the memorial societies got the figures we've read tonight, read them off the state's own accounting, in the state's own hand. This one is open now, genuinely open, on paper, in numbers no one has been able to put back in the dark. And filling in behind those numbers, still, all these years on, is that slow, patient work in the wood and in the reading rooms, the turning of totals back into people, one name, one entry, one volume at a time, against a total so large, the work will not finish in the lifetime of anyone now doing it. The order set a number and got its number. Someone, ever since, has been quietly refusing to let the number be the end of it. Order 447 was the state doing arithmetic with lives, a target, a tally, a column to fill. The next drawer holds the state doing arithmetic of a different kind, not with lives, with grief. Because at the very same moment it was setting quotas for the dead in one office, it was, in another, quietly working out the exchange rate for the desperate, and it had found a way to make a famine pay. Most of the secrets we opened tonight were things the state hid. This one is different, and I want to be honest with you about the difference at the outset, because it changes how you have to read it. Nobody hid these shops. They stood on ordinary streets, in ordinary cities, with lit windows and stocked shelves, and everyone walked past them. There was nothing secret about the building, the sign, the goods behind the glass. The secret here was not the thing. The secret was the purpose, the real reason the doors were open, and who exactly the state expected to come through them, and what it planned to take from them when they did. That purpose sat in the ledgers for 60 years, and it was only pulled into daylight long after the fact, by a historian sitting with the archives and doing the sums the state had never wanted done. So this is not a story about a locked drawer. It's a story about a shop window and about what a truly cold institution can do in plain sight if it simply names the thing pleasantly enough. The shops were called Torgzin. It's a contraction of a longer Russian phrase that means, more or less, trade with foreigners, and that name was the whole disguise, worn openly. They opened in 1930, and at first the name was honest enough. Their purpose was to earn the one thing Stalin's furious industrial drive was starving for: hard currency. Foreign money, foreign gold, the kind of wealth you needed to buy machinery and expertise from abroad. So the state set up special stores where a visitor with real currency could buy goods unavailable to ordinary Soviet citizens, and the hard money flowed into the treasury. A cynical arrangement, but a common enough one. Nothing yet to open a drawer over. And then the famine came. The Great Hunger of 1932 and 1933, the one we'll come back to in a much darker form later tonight, that spread across Ukraine and Kazakhstan and the grain regions, and killed on a scale the state would spend generations denying. And in the middle of that catastrophe, someone in Moscow looked at the Torgzin shops and had an idea. An idea of real, terrible elegance. The citizens were starving. The state controlled the food. And the citizens, some of them, still had, tucked away in drawers and sewn into linings and hidden behind icons, the last hard little remnants of family wealth. A wedding ring. A few Tsarist gold coins from before the revolution. A silver spoon, the gold frame of a holy image. Small things, heirlooms, the kind of thing a family holds through everything and sells only when there is nothing at all, left to sell. So the state opened the doors of Torgsin to its own people, and it let it be known that here, only here, hunger could buy bread. Not with rubles. Rubles were no good at Torgsin. Here you paid in gold, in silver, in the wedding ring off your finger and the icon off your wall. The transaction is where the whole crime lives, and there is nothing to it but a counter. A woman comes in from a ration line that gave her nothing. She lays a gold ring on the counter, the one thing she swore through everything she would never part with. A clerk weighs it on a small scale, quotes her a value, and hands across a measure of flour, of bread, of sugar. She takes the food home to people who need it that day. It looks, for all the world, like mercy. Like the one door in a closed country that opened when she pushed. And she walks out, having handed the state the last hard asset her family owned. In exchange for food the state had pulled out of the ground of her own region in the first place. And what some of that gold was tells you the same policy was doing two kinds of work at once. Among the wedding rings and the coins came the icons, or rather the metal off the icons, the gilded frames and covers stripped from the holy images that had hung in a corner of the house for generations. So the counter at Torgsin was not only draining a family's savings, it was quietly finishing a job the anti-religious campaigns had started elsewhere. The sacred, melted down into bullion, sold back to the treasury one grieving household at a time. The same gram of gold could be a marriage, a faith, and an inheritance all at once, and it all weighed the same on the clerk's little scale. Now here is the part the historian found in the ledgers, the part that turns a grim survival channel into something with the cold shape of a heist. The exchange was rigged, not on one side, on both. The food was priced high, well above what that same grain fetched on the export markets the state was shipping it to. And the gold was valued low, well beneath its worth in the wider world. So the desperate paid a premium for the bread and took a discount on the ring, and the gap between the two, the spread, a banker would call it, flowed every single time in one direction, toward the treasury. It was a captive market, the only seller of food, buying up the last gold of the only people who had nowhere else to go. And it worked at a scale that is genuinely hard to hold in the mind. In the single famine year of 1933, Soviet citizens carried into these shops something on the order of 45 tons of gold. 45 tons, in wedding rings and coins and spoons, and the frames of icons, gram by gram, across a counter. To set that beside something solid, the entire Soviet gold mining industry, all its mines and its prison labor and its machinery working the earth that same year, produced around 51 tons. The state's own citizens, emptying their drawers in their hunger, very nearly outmined the mines. Across its whole short life, Torgsin drew in something close to 300 million gold rubles, on the order of 220 tons of pure gold. And that gold went where the hard currency had always been meant to go, into the factories, into the dams, into the industrial dream the famine was, in part, paying for. And here is the observation this one has earned, and I'll give it to you plainly, because the arrangement is almost too neat to be believed. This was the only shop in the country where the state stood on both sides of the fire. It had, through its own policies, helped set the countryside alight, engineered the very hunger driving people through the door. And then it positioned itself at that door as the one dealer selling the water, the arsonist running the fire insurance desk, collecting the premiums in gold from the people whose houses it had burned, and doing it with a lit window and a pleasant name that meant trade with foreigners, while the customers were its own starving citizens. The shops served their purpose and were closed in 1936, once the desperate wealth had been more or less drained out of the population. You do not keep the insurance desk open after the fire is out and the pockets are empty. And that, for 60 years, was more or less that. Everyone remembered the shops. People remembered standing in them, remembered exactly what they'd laid on the counter and what they'd carried home. But the shape of the thing, that it had been, by design, a mechanism for converting a state-made famine into industrial gold, rigged coming and going, that stayed unspoken. It took a Russian historian, Elena Osokina, going into the post-Soviet archives and reading the ledgers and the price schedules and, above all, the internal reasoning behind the decision to lay the whole cold machine out on the page. And what she found in that reasoning is the part that removes any comfort you might have reached for. The move to open Torgsen's doors to ordinary Soviet citizens was not a compassionate scramble to get bread to the starving by any means available. It was a decision taken because officials could see the famine producing a once-in-a-generation flood of desperate gold, heirlooms coming out of hiding all across the country, and they wanted to capture that flood before it went anywhere else. The hunger was not the problem the shops were built to solve. The hunger was the opportunity the shops were built to exploit. Osokina gave the thing its true name, and the name is not relief. It's extraction. A famine, monetized, in plain sight, behind a lit window with a pleasant sign. So this drawer was never locked, exactly. It was worse than locked. It was left standing open in a bright window, in plain view, for anyone to walk past, trusting that if you call a thing a shop and light it well, no one will ask what it was really built to take. The state had found how to turn a family's last gold into a factory. Next, it tried something even stranger, turning a lie into a science. And it would starve the one honest man who tried to stop it. There were two men, and there were two promises, and the whole of this drawer is the distance between them. The first man was named Nikolai Vavilov, and if you have never heard of him, that absence is itself a small part of the crime. Because in his own lifetime he was one of the most famous scientists on Earth, a botanist and a geneticist, who had done a thing no one had ever done at that scale. He had spent the better part of 2 decades traveling the world, to some 5 continents and dozens of countries, walking the terraced fields of the Andes and the wheat country of the Near East and the rice paddies of Asia, and everywhere he went he gathered seed, handfuls of grain, tubers, the pits of fruit, the dried heads of plants no one in Moscow had names for. And he carried them home to Leningrad, and he built, out of all of it, the first great seed bank in the history of the world. Understand what that collection actually was. It was a living library of the food of the human race. Hundreds of thousands of samples, the widest genetic variety of the world's crops ever assembled under one roof. And Vavilov had a reason for it that was not academic in the least. He had lived through the famines of the Russian Civil War. He had seen what hunger did to a country. And he believed with the whole of his life that if you held in one place the full genetic diversity of the world's crops, every variety, every stubborn mountain strain that survived drought or frost or blight, then you held the raw material to breed your way out of famine forever, to build wheat that could grow where wheat had never grown, to make hunger, the oldest enemy the species had, into a solvable problem. But the honest version of that work, this is the first promise, was slow. To breed a new, reliable, famine-resistant strain of grain, the real way, by real genetics, took patience measured in years. When Vavilov told the state what it would cost to feed the Soviet Union, he told it the truth. A decade, perhaps. Careful work. No miracle. The second man was named Trofim Lysenko, and he made a different promise. Lysenko had come up from nothing, an agronomist of peasant background with no rigorous training in genetics and, it would turn out, no particular respect for it. What he had instead was a theory and a gift for selling it. The theory was a resurrected old idea that a plant could be trained, that if you took winter wheat and shocked it with cold at the right moment, you could turn it into spring wheat, and, crucially, that the change would pass to its children, that the seed would remember what you had done to the parent. It is a lovely idea. It is also, as real genetics had already established, false. Traits acquired in a single lifetime are not inherited that way. The seed does not remember. But Lysenko's false idea had a quality Vavilov's true one could never match. It was fast. Where Vavilov offered a careful decade, Lysenko offered a miracle in 5 years. Transform the harvest in a single 5-year plan. And he offered it, moreover, in the right language, the language of a self-taught man of the soil, outpacing the effete professors with their foreign journals and their bourgeois science. And Stalin, who had, by then, presided over famines of his own making, who needed the fields to produce and needed them to produce now, Stalin chose the faster promise. Of course he did. A ruler in a hurry, holding a catastrophe he could not admit he'd caused, will nearly always prefer the man who flatters the timetable to the man who corrects it. Vavilov's great virtue, that he told the truth about how long the truth takes, became, in that room, his fatal defect. The disagreement between these two men was, at bottom, a scientific one, the sort of thing that ought to be settled by trials, by yields, by patient argument over years of harvests. It was not settled that way. It was settled by favor. And once a scientific question has been settled by favor rather than by evidence, the losing side is no longer merely wrong. It's disloyal. So the geneticists who kept saying, quietly and correctly, that Lysenko's theory did not work, they were not answered. They were denounced. so-called idealists, fascist agents, wreckers, enemies smuggling foreign poison into Soviet fields. Some were dismissed. Some were arrested. Some were shot. An entire discipline of true science was hollowed out, not because it had failed, but because it had declined to agree. And then, in the summer of 1940, they came for Vavilov himself. They took him in the field. That's the detail that stays with me. He was on an expedition in the mountains of Ukraine on the 6th of August, doing the precise work he had done his whole life, gathering samples, bent over the plants, when the car came for him and drove him away. The man who had built a library against hunger was carried off in the middle of stocking it. What happened next was administrative, and it was long. He was taken into the hands of an NKVD interrogator, a lieutenant named Alexander Kvat, and interrogated, not once, not a dozen times, but across something on the order of 400 sessions, totaling roughly 1,700 hours. Hold that figure a moment, if you can bear it. 1,700 hours. The man who had catalogued the plant life of a whole planet was now himself the specimen, worked over, session after session, month after month, until a confession of fabricated espionage could be assembled out of him. In July of 1941, he was sentenced to death. The sentence was later commuted to 20 years. He did not serve them, because here is where the story closes its terrible circle, and I'll give it to you as plainly as it deserves. Nikolai Vavilov, the man who had devoted every day of his adult life to the abolition of hunger, who had built the single greatest defense against famine the world had ever seen, died in a prison in the city of Saratov in January of 1943 of starvation. The state starved the man who had spent his life trying to make starvation impossible. It is simply what the file says. And there is a coda to it that is almost too much to hold. Vavilov's seed bank, his life's collection, in Leningrad, sat through those same years inside a city under siege. 900 days the Germans held the ring around Leningrad, and inside it, people starved by the hundreds of thousands ate wallpaper paste and leather and worse. And in a set of rooms in the middle of that starving city sat hundreds of thousands of samples of edible seed, rice, wheat, peas, corn, food, real food, in a place where a handful of grain was the difference between living and dying. The staff of the institute did not eat it. They sealed the doors, and they took shifts, guarding the collection through the cold and the shelling and their own hunger, and they did not touch it, because to eat the seeds would have been to eat the future, to devour the very insurance against famine. Their imprisoned director had spent his life assembling. Something like 9 of them starved to death, surrounded by food, guarding it for a world that had already thrown their leader in a cell. They died the same death he was dying, 1,000 kilometers away, and for the same reason, a refusal to spend the seed corn of the future to buy one more day of the present. This was a state that responded to a scientific disagreement by outlawing the science. It did not merely back the wrong man. In 1948, at a session of the Agricultural Academy personally approved by Stalin, it formally declared Mendelian genetics, the actual, functioning basis of the entire field, to be idealist pseudoscience, and banned it. A nation of the 20th century made a law against a branch of biology because a favorite had promised faster results. That is not a thing that happens when power respects the truth. It is what happens when power believes it can outvote it. Vavilov was quietly rehabilitated in 1955. After Stalin was gone, the espionage nonsense withdrawn, his name restored to the science he had built. But rehabilitation is a small, late thing to set against what had already run loose. Because that's the fate that sits in this particular drawer, and it's different from the others. The lie here didn't stay locked away, waiting to be found. The lie got into the ground. Lysenko's theories, blessed and enforced, went on directing Soviet agriculture for years after Vavilov was in his prison grave, steering real farms, real harvests, real yields, with ideas that did not work. You cannot count precisely how many later shortfalls trace to one quack's protected error. That argument is still had. But the principle escaped the file entirely and became something larger and colder than any single crime. It became a demonstration of what a country does to itself in the end, when it decides that the loyalty of its scientists matters more than whether they happen to be right. That lesson is not in a drawer. It is out in the open, available to anyone. Every time a state sits down to overrule its own experts because their answer is the wrong shape. The seed bank, by the way, is still there. It survived the siege its keepers died defending, which means the man starved in Saratov lost everything except the one thing he was trying to save. He never got to see it, but it kept. The next drawer takes us a long way south and west of any laboratory, out to the cities of Central Asia, into a public square, in daylight, in front of thousands of cheering people gathered around a bonfire. And the thing they had come to watch burn, at the state's own invitation, was cloth. Cloth pulled, garment by garment, from the faces of women. Most of the drawers we opened tonight hid an ugly thing behind an innocent word. This one is stranger, and I want to be careful with it, because it did something more difficult. It hid an ugly purpose behind a genuinely good one. And that is a far harder thing to see through, because the good thing was real. It really happened. It helped some real people. You cannot dismiss it as simply a lie, and that is exactly why it worked. Go to Central Asia, to Soviet Uzbekistan, to the spring of 1927. This is a world the revolution in far-off Moscow had barely touched. A Muslim society, old and settled, where many women lived largely within the household and, in public, wore the paranja, a long veil of horsehair mesh that covered the face entirely. To the young Bolshevik activists sent out from the cities, this was everything the revolution existed to sweep away. Superstition, the subjection of women, the dead hand of the past on half the population. And so, on the 8th of March, 1927, International Women's Day, chosen deliberately, the Communist Party's women's section, the Janodel, launched a campaign. They gave it a name that told you exactly how they thought of it. Hujum. It means, roughly, the assault or the storming, an offensive, a charge against an enemy. The enemy was the Veil, and the opening battle of that assault was staged as pure theater, and I mean that precisely. It was choreographed to be seen. In city squares, at mass rallies, women were brought up onto platforms before enormous crowds, and there, on cue, they tore the paranja from their own faces and flung it down. And the veils were gathered into heaps and doused with kerosene and set alight. Bonfires of them, in the open air, thousands watching, the whole thing filmed and photographed and printed in the papers as a portrait of liberation arriving all at once, in flame and cheering. By the state's own count, something on the order of 100,000 women unveiled in the months that followed. Treat that number gently. It came from the same apparatus that wanted it to be large, but the scale was real, and the spectacle was overwhelming. And on its face, this looks like the one bright thing in a very dark evening. A state, for once, tearing down an oppression instead of building one. If the story ended at the bonfire, you could almost let yourself feel good about it. But look at what was standing next to the bonfire. Because Hujum did not arrive on its own. It arrived alongside another campaign, quieter, less photogenic, running on a parallel track, and that campaign was the closing of the mosques. The same years, the same region, the same authorities, the systematic shutting of Islamic religious life as part of the broader Soviet program of what it called scientific atheism. And once you set the two beside each other, the veil burning stops looking quite so simple. Because the paranja was not only a garment, it was the most visible outward mark of a whole religious and communal order. And if you could get the women themselves to strip it off and throw it in the fire, on a stage, before cheering crowds, you had done something no mosque closure could do. You had gotten the community to perform its own break with the faith, to be seen doing it, to burn the sign of the old order with their own hand. That was the second purpose, riding inside the first. Liberation was the face of it, and the liberation was not fake, but the veil was also a door, and behind the door was the mosque, and behind the mosque was a faith the state meant to break. The genius of it, if you can call it that, was that a woman freed from an unjust custom and a woman pried loose from her religion looked, from the platform, like exactly the same woman. One act did both jobs. And only one of the two jobs was ever put on a poster. And then came the part the posters had no room for at all. The part the state, having lit the fire, was wholly unprepared to control. Because a campaign like this does not happen inside the state. It happens inside families, inside villages, inside a web of communal expectation. The Genodel activists in from the city did not fully understand and could not protect anyone from. A woman who mounted a platform and unveiled to cheers in the morning went home afterward to a father, a husband, a brother, a neighborhood, to men who saw in that same act not liberation but the deepest possible shaming of the family, done in public for the cameras. And the reprisal came. Between 1927 and 1929, more than 2,000 women were killed, murdered by relatives or others in their own communities for having unveiled I will not stage that violence for you. The number carries it. And you should know that even 2000 is a documented flaw, an accounting from incomplete records. Scholars who have gone back to the region think the true figure runs higher. Here is the cold shape of what the state then did, and it is the closest this grim story comes to a dry observation. So I'll keep it dry, and I'll keep it aimed where it belongs, at the institution, never at the dead. The unveilings were counted in the tens of thousands and announced to the world as a triumph. The killings were counted too. The police kept records. The ethnographers took notes. A compulsive archive documents its failures as faithfully as its victories. But those numbers went into a different kind of file. The internal kind. The kind that does not become a poster. The victory was published. The cost was filed. And a movement that had begun as a public bonfire quietly lost its momentum, because a good many women, watching what happened to those who unveiled, simply put the paranja back on. The assault stalled. Not because the state relented, but because the human cost had made itself felt in the one currency the state had not budgeted for, fear that ran the other way. And there is a deeper wrongness folded into all of this. The wrongness that made the backlash possible in the first place. Even at its most sincere, even where the activists genuinely believed they were freeing someone, this was liberation delivered as an order. It was not offered, it was staged. A woman did not decide, in her own time and on her own terms, that she was done with the veil. She was brought onto a platform on a date the party had chosen, before a crowd the party had assembled, and unveiled on cue for the cameras as a demonstration of the state's power to remake her. Freedom that arrives as a command performance is a strange and unstable kind of freedom. It puts the person at the center of the spectacle, and then, when the crowd disperses and the photographers pack up, leaves her alone to absorb whatever the spectacle cost. The state got its footage. She got the aftermath. And a good measure of that lethal reprisal grew precisely out of the publicness of it, that the break had been made not privately, quietly, over years, but on a stage, in front of everyone, in a way that could not be softened or explained away or lived down. The long arc is strangest still, and it refuses to give you a clean ending in either direction. Over the Soviet decades that followed, the paranja did slowly vanish from the streets of Central Asia. So, on the surface, the assault eventually got what it said it wanted. But by then, it was impossible to separate how much of that was persuasion, how much was a genuinely changing generation, and how much was simply the accumulated weight of a state that pressed and never once stopped pressing. And running underneath that surface the whole time was the other campaign, the quiet one. The mosques that had closed in the 1920s mostly stayed closed. Religious life stayed suppressed for the length of the Soviet period. Which tells you, in the end, which of the two purposes the state had truly cared about. The veil came off, yes. But the thing behind the veil, the faith the unveiling was partly meant to reach, was still being held down decades later, long after the last bonfire had gone cold and the last poster had yellowed on the wall. What was actually in this drawer was never the campaign itself. Nobody hid that. The unveilings, the bonfires, the Women's Day speeches, those were the most public events imaginable, celebrated at the time and remembered since. What sat in the drawer was the true shape of the thing. That the liberation was also a demolition. That the freeing of women was harnessed deliberately to the breaking of a faith, one act made to serve two masters, only one of them admitted. And that the lethal backlash, the 2,000 and more, was absorbed rather than reckoned with, folded into the internal record and left there, because to headline it would have been to concede that the beautiful bonfire had a body count. It took later historians, working from Soviet-era police and ethnographic files reopened long after, in a Western and post-Soviet scholarship that only really matured in the decades after the collapse, to lay the two purposes side by side and name what the campaign had actually been. The most thorough of them titled his study of it, tellingly, Veiled Empire. The state had told the truth about the veil. It had simply never told the truth about the empire. The next drawer takes us all the way across the world, off the map of the Soviet Union entirely, over an ocean, to a warm afternoon in a walled house on the edge of Mexico City, where an old man sits at his desk, and a young man he trusts steps quietly behind him, carrying something short and heavy under his coat. Every drawer we've opened so far has been, in the end, about a group, a class of officers, a nation of the starving, a category, a quota, a people. The state's crimes tended toward the wholesale. It thought in thousands, in regions, in whole peoples to be moved or fed or unfed. This one is about a single man. And the fact that the entire apparatus of a superpower, its foreign intelligence service, its agents on 3 continents, years of planning, a fortune in money and patience, was turned, in the end, against one aging exile in a house across the ocean, tells you something the mass graves somehow don't. It tells you what the state was actually afraid of. Not the many. The one who could still speak. His name was Leon Trotsky, and once he had been the second man of the revolution. Lenin's equal in fame, the organizer of the Red Army, one of the 2 or 3 faces the whole world associated with Bolshevik Russia. But he had lost the struggle for power after Lenin's death, lost it to Stalin, who was quieter and more patient, and far better at the machinery of the party. And having lost, Trotsky was first exiled from the party, then from the country, and finally chased around the earth from one refuge to the next, until by 1940 he had washed up in the one place that would still have him, a suburb of Mexico City called Coyoacán, in a house behind high walls, with guard towers and steel doors, and a handful of devoted young followers standing watch. Because Stalin had not let it go. That's the thing you have to understand. Trotsky, in exile, was still writing, still publishing, still building an international movement of anti-Stalinist communists, still insisting to anyone who would listen that Stalin had betrayed the revolution and was a criminal and a tyrant. He was the living, articulate proof that there had been another road and another man who might have walked it. And to Stalin, that voice was intolerable. So he ordered it silenced, the operation given in the files of the NKVD, the almost playful codename Utka, Duck, run by a rising intelligence officer named Pavel Sudoplatov. The target, the murder of Leon Trotsky, dressed up so completely as something else that no thread would ever lead back to Moscow. The plan was not a gunman in the night. The plan was patience. Years of it. The NKVD built, slowly and carefully, a false human being to slide into Trotsky's circle. His name, his working name, was Ramon Mercader, a Spanish communist and trained agent, though the people who met him knew him as Jacques Mornard, a wealthy, charming, apolitical Belgian playboy with no interest in politics at all. That was the disguise. Not a fanatic, but a bored rich man in love. His own mother, Caridad Mercader, was herself an NKVD operative and helped run her own son as an asset toward the killing. And the bridge into Trotsky's world, the unwitting one, was a young American woman named Sylvia Ageloff. She was a genuine Trotskyist, a true believer, with real connections to the movement and, through it, to the household in Coyoacan. Mercader courted her. Patiently, over a long stretch of time, playing the wealthy suitor with no politics of his own, he made himself her devoted companion, and through her, gradually, unremarkably, he became a familiar face at the edges of Trotsky's circle. A boyfriend, a harmless hanger-on, someone the guards grew used to seeing at the gate. I'll say plainly that Agloff never knew what she was carrying into that house. She was used, coldly, as a door, and she spent the rest of her life living with, having been the one who, without a flicker of intent, walked the assassin in. The first attempt was not his, because Moscow, in its impatience, tried the loud way first. In May of 1940, a raiding party of some 20 men, led by the famous Mexican muralist David Alfaro Siqueiros, a committed Stalinist, got past the gate before dawn, in police uniforms, and opened up on Trotsky's bedroom with machine guns. They fired hundreds of rounds into the room, and, astonishingly, they failed. Trotsky and his wife survived by rolling into the narrow space, beside and under the bed, while the walls were chewed to pieces above them. It was a debacle, noisy, botched, and worst of all, obvious. It could only have been organized. And it taught Moscow the lesson that made the second attempt work. The loud way announces itself. The quiet way walks in through the front door on the arm of a girlfriend. So Mercader waited a few months more, letting the alarm die down, and then made himself useful in the one way that could get him alone with the old man. He was, he said, writing a political article, and he wanted Trotsky, the great theorist, to read it and give his opinion. On the 20th of August, 1940, he came to the house with the article in his hand, and under his raincoat, on a warm Mexican afternoon, he carried a mountaineering ice axe with its handle sawn short, so it would hide against his body. Trotsky sat at his desk to read the pages. Mercader stood behind him, and he brought the axe down into the back of the old man's skull. Now, here is what the assassin had not counted on, And it is the detail that turns this from a clean execution into something else. Trotsky did not die. The blow drove the axe head some 2 3/4 inches into his skull, and he did not fall silent, and he did not go down. He let out a cry that his biographers say was terrible enough that Mercader froze. And then the 70-year-old man fought. He struggled with his killer. He bit down on Mercader's hand hard enough to leave marks. He threw what he could, and the guards, hearing that cry, came running and fell on Mercader and would have beaten him to death on the spot if Trotsky himself, bleeding, had not gasped at them to stop. "Keep him alive," he told them. "He must be made to talk. He must tell who sent him." Trotsky lived for roughly another day. Conscious at first, lucid enough to say what had happened, lucid enough to name the man who had done it and to understand, surely, the shape of the thing that had finally reached him after all the years and all the miles. He died the following day, the 21st of August, 1940. And the man who had helped make a revolution died the way so many of that revolution's victims had died, betrayed by someone he had let close, silenced for the crime of continuing to speak. Then the lie went to work, and it held for a very long time. Mercader gave a false name to the Mexican authorities, Frank Jackson, and a false story to go with it, that he was a disillusioned follower, driven to a breaking point by Trotsky's own poisonous politics and by the man's supposed pressure on him to go to Moscow. A lone, unbalanced ex-disciple. No state, no service, no order from anywhere. And Mercader held that line, through his trial, through 20 full years in a Mexican prison, never once admitting who had sent him or who he really was. 20 years of a man keeping a secret with his silence. Moscow, for its part, professed to know nothing about any of it. A private tragedy among the Trotskyists. Nothing to do with us. When Mercader was finally released in 1960 and made his quiet way to the Soviet world, the state that had spent 20 years swearing it had nothing whatever to do with the killing of Leon Trotsky gave the killer a medal. Not a small one. The hero of the Soviet Union, the nation's very highest honor, conferred in secret, formalized around 1960 and 1961 through the hand of the KGB chief, Alexander Shelepin. Now weigh the paperwork of that. Somewhere there had to be a citation. A file explaining what this man had done to deserve the country's supreme decoration. The file that, by its mere existence, flatly contradicted 20 years of official denial. The state could keep its secret out loud, in front of the world, indefinitely. But it could not resist, in private, filing the commendation. It had to write down that he'd earned it. The lie was for the public. The medal was for the record. And the record, as it always does in this story, eventually spoke. Mercader lived out his years in Cuba and died there of cancer. In 1978, a decorated hero of a country most of the world never knew he'd served. So where does this draw stand? For half a century, the official truth was the one Mercader had recited in his cell, a lone, embittered follower, acting alone. It was only after the Soviet Union itself was gone that the full architecture came into the light, most completely through the memoir of the very man who had run the operation, Pavel Sudoplatov, whose 1994 book laid out Duck in the cold detail of a professional describing a job well done. And that is the fate that sits in this file. The lone fanatic was never a fact. He was a cover story, a carefully built one, maintained for 50 years by a silent assassin and a lying state. Underneath it, the whole time, there was an operation, a code name, a general, a service, an order. There was, in other words, a file. There always was. The medal proved a file existed years before anyone was allowed to read it. And when it was finally read, it said exactly what the drawer in Moscow had said about every other secret we've opened tonight. That the thing the world had been handed at the surface, and the thing the state had written down for itself in the dark, were never the same thing at all. The last drawer held a real man. Whatever else you make of Leon Trotsky, he existed. He was genuinely dangerous to Stalin, in a way Stalin understood down to his bones. And the whole apparatus that reached across an ocean to kill him was aimed at something that was actually there. A real enemy, found and erased. This drawer is the opposite of that, and the difference is the entire story. Because when you pull this one open, when you get past the label the world was handed, the one that ran across a newspaper's front page in the language of killers and spies and murderers in white coats, you find, inside, nothing. No plot. No poison. No crime. 9 people who had done nothing at all, accused of a thing that never happened, in a conspiracy that existed nowhere on this earth, except in the columns of a newspaper and in the files of the men who wrote it. Almost every other secret tonight is a true thing the state took great pains to hide. This one is a false thing the state took equal pains to build. And it shows, as clearly as anything tonight, the power we opened on hours ago, not the power to conceal what happened, but the power to manufacture what happened, out of nothing, and set it in type, and very nearly kill for it. It begins, the way so much of this begins, with a letter. In the late summer of 1948, a man named Andrei Zhanov was dying. And Zhanov was no ordinary patient. He was one of the most powerful figures in the Soviet leadership, a member of the inner circle, spoken of by some, for a while, as a man who might one day follow Stalin himself. His heart was failing. He was being cared for, as the whole of the Soviet elite was cared for, by the senior physicians of the Kremlin's own medical service, the most trusted doctors in the country, the ones you handed the leadership's lives to. And a cardiologist on that staff, a woman named Lydia Timoshuk, looked at his electrocardiograms and came to believe the treatment was wrong, that the men managing his illness were managing it in a way that would kill him. Whether she was medically right is a question you could argue in good faith, and doctors have. It doesn't matter. What matters is what she did with the suspicion. She wrote it down. She sent a letter up the chain, a denunciation of the doctors treating a dying man, alleging that Comrade Zhanov was being mistreated by the very physicians entrusted with him. Zhanov died a few days later, and Timoshuk's letter went into a drawer. Nothing happened. not then. The letter sat in a file, an unremarkable page among a mountain of unremarkable pages, and it sat there for something like 4 years while the world turned. Because a denunciation, by itself, is not a conspiracy. It is only raw material. It becomes a conspiracy the day someone with a use for one reaches back into the drawer and pulls it out. And by the closing years of Stalin's life, someone did have a use for one. These were the paranoid years, the years when the aging man at the center of everything saw plots the way other men see weather, everywhere, and coming for him personally. Into that climate stepped a mid-level investigator of the secret police, the MGB, a man named Mikhail Ryumin, who was under exactly the kind of pressure that produces monsters. Pressure to deliver results, to prove his vigilance, to hand his superiors the enemies they had already decided must be out there somewhere. And Ryumin found Timoshuk's 4-year-old letter. A dead letter about a dead man. And he saw in it not a medical complaint, but a seed. The beginning of something that could be grown. What he grew from it was this. Not a case against one cardiologist's colleagues, but a vast, ramifying conspiracy of doctors, a ring of physicians at the very top of Soviet medicine who had been, the story now went, secretly murdering their patients for years, killing Soviet leaders on the operating table and in the sick room, on the orders of foreign intelligence services. And here, the fabrication reached for the oldest and ugliest tool in the drawer, because most of the doctors selected to carry this invented guilt were Jewish, and the charge built around them was not merely espionage, but something far older than the Soviet state, something the makers of the case knew their audience had been primed for centuries to believe. The libel of the Jewish poisoner. The physician who heals with one hand and kills with the other. A medieval slander, exhumed and dressed in the vocabulary of Cold War counterintelligence and printed as fact. The arrests came in earnest in the autumn of 1952. By the reckoning that survives, some 37 people were pulled into the wider investigation, 17 of them Jewish, senior clinicians, several of them elderly, men who had spent their lives keeping the Soviet leadership alive. And they were made to confess. I will not walk you through how. The research is plain that the confessions were extracted under torture, and I'll leave the word to do its work and not stage the room. But understand what a confession is in a case like this. It is not evidence of the crime. There was no crime. The confession is the crime, the manufactured raw material, produced to order, so that the fabrication would have documents behind it, so that the file would be thick. The men were tortured not to reveal a plot, but to author one against themselves in their own broken voices. And then, on the 13th of January, 1953, the state took the thing public. Pravda, the official paper, the voice of the party, the closest thing the Soviet Union had to reality itself in print, ran the announcement across its front page under a headline that told you everything about the register they were playing in. Vicious spies and killers, it said, under the mask of academic physicians. 9 doctors named, 6 of them Jewish, accused of a plot to poison and murder the leadership of the Soviet Union in the service of foreign intelligence and, The phrase they actually used, international jury. It ran as settled fact. Solved. A conspiracy uncovered and smashed by the vigilance of the organs of state security. And Lydia Timoshuk, whose 4-year-old letter had been the seed of all of it, was pulled into the light and decorated, given a high state honor, held up in the press as a heroine of Soviet watchfulness. What the announcement was for, what it was meant to become, is the one place tonight I have to slow down and be honest with you about the limits of what we know. Because there is a claim about this case, a very dark one, that you will hear stated as fact, and it should not be. The claim is that the doctor's plot was the opening move of something much larger, a planned mass deportation of the Soviet Union's roughly 2 million Jews to the camps and settlements of Siberia and the Far East, with the fabricated conspiracies serving as the public pretext, the outrage that would justify the trains. And I want to be careful here, because it matters. Some officials' later memoirs and testimonies point that way. But serious historians who have gone looking for the documentary proof, the order, the plan, the logistics that every other Soviet deportation left behind in paper, have not found it. One of the most careful of them states plainly that no supporting documents have surfaced. Another calls the evidence for it weak. So I'll hand it to you as exactly what it is, and no more. Historians debate whether the doctor's plot was meant to trigger a second great deportation. What is not in doubt is the shape of the thing already in motion. A national conspiracy, invented at the top, printed as truth, with an entire ethnic minority cast as the villain. Whether it was the prologue to something worse, we cannot say with certainty. We can only say what it would have needed very little to become. And then, before it could become anything, the man at the center of it died. On the 5th of March, 1953, less than 2 months after the front page, with the accused doctors still in their cells, still confessing to a plot that had never taken place, Joseph Stalin suffered a stroke and died. And the case died with him almost that fast. Because a fabrication of that kind has no life of its own. It was never held up by evidence. There was no evidence. It was held up by one man's will and one man's paranoia. And when the will was gone, the whole structure simply had nothing left to stand on. The men who inherited the country wanted no part of it. Within weeks after all of it, the machinery reversed itself completely. By decree on the 31st of March, and then publicly in the pages of the very same Pravda on the 6th of April, the state announced that the case had been fabricated, that the confessions had been obtained by impermissible means, that the surviving doctors were innocent and were to be freed and cleared. The conspiracy that had run across the front page in January was, by April, officially declared to have never existed. Lydia Timoshuk was quietly stripped of the honor she'd been given 10 weeks earlier, decorated and undecorated inside a single season, as the story she'd seeded was printed and then unprinted around her. And here is the turn this drawer has been earning, and I'll give it to you as dryly as it deserves, because the machine served it up itself. The state needed someone to carry the blame for the whole embarrassment, needed a name to pin the fabrication on, now that the fabrication was an inconvenience, and the most convenient name was the man who had built it. Mikhail Rumin, the investigator who had reached into the drawer and grown a conspiracy out of a dead letter, was arrested by the same organs he had served, tried, and in time shot. The man who manufactured killer doctors out of nothing was executed by the very regime that had ordered him to manufacture them. He had built a machine for manufacturing enemies who did not exist, and it was thorough enough, in the end, to manufacture him. So this drawer opened faster than any other we'll touch tonight. Not 50 years, not 13, weeks. The public lie had one of the shortest lives of any lie in this whole archive, killed almost the moment its author was. But the deeper record, how exactly the thing had been assembled, the reactivated denunciation, the pressured investigator, the tortured authorship, the full internal anatomy of a state manufacturing a conspiracy from a single sheet of paper that stayed sealed for decades and was only reconstructed, piece by piece, from the archives and the memoirs after the Soviet Union was gone. The confession that it was all a lie came quickly. The confession of how the lie was built took 2 generations. And what it shows, laid out at last, is how little a great power actually needs. One old letter, one frightened investigator, one printing press, to conjure a national enemy out of the air and very nearly ride it somewhere terrible. Let me step out from behind the file for just a moment before we go on, because I have a favor to ask, and it's a small one. We're pushing quietly toward a milestone here, 500 followers. I know how that sounds. It isn't much, but it's progress, and honestly, we need your help to get there. So if these late-night files have been good company, if you've got an episode that stuck with you, share it with one friend who'd sit still for a story like this. Rate the show if your app lets you. And leave a comment. Tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, or a moment from history you've always suspected wore the wrong label. It's a little thing, but it's not nothing. Every one of those tells the algorithm that this quiet little podcast is worth handing to more people who think the way you do. I read them. They find me the next drawer. So, let me get back behind the file, because there is another drawer already open on the desk, and this one has been waiting a long time to be read. The last thing we looked at was a crime the state invented out of nothing, a plot with no plotters, poison with no poisoners, a conspiracy that lived only in a newspaper and in the files of the men who typed it. The state reached into a drawer, pulled out an old letter, and grew an enemy from it. That was a lie about a thing that never happened. This next file is the strange opposite of that, because here nothing was invented. Nobody was accused of a plot. There was no charge, no trial, no sentence, no fabricated confession, not even a false story printed in a paper. Here, the state didn't need a crime at all. What happened to the people in this file happened to them for a reason so small it barely qualifies as a reason. They were caught on the wrong afternoon without a piece of paper in their pocket. In late 1932 and into 1933, the Soviet Union rolled out something it had not really had before: an internal passport, a document you were meant to carry that said who you were and where you were permitted to be. On paper, it was an ordinary piece of administration, the kind every modern state runs. In practice, it became a filter. Because once a city required papers, the police could go through that city and lift out everyone who didn't have them. And the people who didn't have them were, overwhelmingly, the people already at the bottom. Peasants who had fled the collectivized countryside looking for bread. The homeless. Petty offenders. But also, and this is the part that matters, ordinary people. A worker who had left his documents at home. A woman who had stepped out to a market. A student on the wrong tram. If you could not produce the paper on demand, you were, in that moment, a person the city was entitled to remove. And in the spring of 1933, Moscow and Leningrad were cleaned. That was the word for it, more or less. A sweep, a clearing of declassed elements off the streets of the two showcase cities. The police pulled in tens of thousands. Some were exactly who you'd expect. Many were not. There are documented cases in the record of people picked up who had every right to be where they stood. Party members, a decorated worker or two, swept into the net simply because the net was being pulled fast and wide, and nobody checked. They were not sentenced to anything. That is the thing to keep hold of. A sentence is a verdict, and a verdict requires a charge, and there was no charge. There was only a category, special settler, and a decision, taken somewhere above them, that they would be resettled east. The individual had been erased into an administrative set, the way the individual is erased into a set again and again in this archive, and the set was going to Siberia. Roughly 6,000 of them, by the counts that survive. Some accounts put it closer to 6,700, were loaded onto barges and sent up the Ob River, deep into western Siberia, to be established as a new labor settlement. And the plan, insofar as there was a plan, was that they would build one. They would be dropped at a spot on the river, and they would clear land and put up shelter and plant and become a self-sufficient settlement of the kind the resettlement program was supposed to produce by the hundreds. That was the idea on the paperwork in the office. What arrived at the other end of the river was not that. The place they were dropped was a small, uninhabited island in the middle of the Ob, near a village called Nazino. An island. Bare. Wooded in parts, marshy, cold. This was May in Siberia, which is not spring in any sense a warmer country would recognize. There were no buildings, no tools to speak of, no seed, no livestock, no boats to leave by. The people had arrived with what they had been wearing when they were detained on a city street weeks earlier, which, for many of them, was very little, because you do not dress for Siberia when you step out to buy something in Moscow. And the food. I want to be precise about the food, because it is the single detail that tells you the whole thing was doomed before the first barge touched the bank. The food that was delivered to feed several thousand people on a bare island was flour. Just flour. Delivered in a quantity that was not enough. And this is the part that reads like something out of a nightmare of pure administrative failure, with no ovens, no mills, no way to bake it into anything. People received handfuls of raw flour. Some tried to mix it with river water and eat it like that. That was the provisioning. And so what happened on that island happened quickly, because starvation on a cold island with no shelter does not take long. Order came apart. The stronger preyed on the weaker. People tried to swim for the far bank and drowned, or were shot by the guards who ringed the place, because the island was not a settlement. Whatever the paperwork said, it was a holding pen with water for walls. Within weeks, the death toll was catastrophic. And here I have to set down, once, a fact that the state's own investigator set down, and then I am going to do what he did and move on from it, because it does not need dwelling on. Among the things that happened on the island in those weeks, recorded flatly in an official report, later prosecuted in an official court, was that some of the dead were eaten by the living. The report noted it in a single line, in the same dry register it used for the number of graves and the weight of the flour. It did not linger. Neither will I. It is in the file because it is true, and it is true because the people who survived those 13 weeks were driven to the last edge of what hunger does to a human being. That is the horror of it, and the horror is complete without a single image. It is enough to know the report had a line for it. By the 20th of August, 1933, about 13 weeks after the barges arrived, a Soviet document counted the survivors. Out of roughly 6,700 people sent to the island, around 2,200 were still alive. Something on the order of 4,000 were dead or gone. 2 out of every 3. On the island, investigators later found 31 mass graves, each holding somewhere between 50 and 70 bodies. And I'll pause on the counting itself for just a moment, because it runs against the grain of almost everything else in this archive. All night we've been dealing with numbers the state deliberately blurred, deflated, or refused to write down at all. Tolls we have to give as ranges, because the men who kept the records were the men who did the killing. Nazino is the rare case where somebody counted honestly. The graves were counted. The survivors were counted. The flour was weighed. The failure was measured with real rigor by a real official and written down straight. Which raises the question this file turns on. If the truth was measured that carefully and written that plainly, why did almost no one hear it for half a century? Here is the answer. The truth about Nazino was not hidden by silence. It was hidden by success. There was an investigator, a Communist Party instructor from the local region named Vasily Velichko. He went to the area. He saw what had been done. He talked to survivors and to guards, and he wrote it all down. And his report was not a whitewash. It was the opposite. It laid out the whole disaster in unsparing detail, the sweeps that had produced the deportees, the barges, the bare island, the flour, the deaths, the graves, the acts the hunger had driven people to. It named the administrative negligence for what it was. It was, by any honest measure, exactly the kind of document a functioning system is supposed to produce. A competent official, on the ground, telling the center the truth about a catastrophe so that the catastrophe would not happen again. And the report worked. It traveled. It went up, not into a wastebasket, not into the hands of some local boss who could bury it quietly, but all the way up, read at the very top, circulated among the highest men in the country. The center learned, in precise and documented detail, exactly what its resettlement program had done on that island. Velichko had done his job perfectly. The machine had produced an honest account of its own failure and delivered it to the people with the power to answer for it. And the answer was to file it. Not to reform the program that had produced the island, the resettlement of special settlers, the whole vast Eastern deportation apparatus ran on for years after Nazino and did similar things in other places with other names. Not to make the report public, so that the country might reckon with it. The answer was to stamp the honest report as state secret and lock it in an archive in Novosibirsk, where it sat, exact and true and unread, for the better part of half a century. There were prosecutions on the island itself. More than 80 people were charged, and around 24 sentenced to death for looting and assault, several of them specifically for the cannibalism. The state prosecuted the starving people it had created. But the report that explained who had created them, that document, the one with the real diagnosis in it, went into the dark. And that is the fate that sits in this file, and it is its own particular kind. This was not a truth that had to be dug out of a silence, because the state never wrote it down. The state did write it down. It wrote it down honestly, at length, and read it at the highest level, and then decided that the danger was not the thing the report described, but the report itself. The embarrassment of the paper outweighed the catastrophe of the fact. So the fact was buried by burying the honest man's account of it. Velichko's report finally surfaced in the late 1980s, when the archives began to give up their dead and researchers, the same patient, unglamorous archival work we keep meeting at the end of these stories, pulled it back into the light, where a historian eventually built the definitive account of the island around it. The drawer is open now. You can read the report. What is not open, what almost no one names even now, is the ordinary machinery that fed it. A passport check, a sweep, a category, a barge. The island is remembered as a horror. The sentence that sent people there, which was no sentence at all, only the absence of a piece of paper, is the part still sitting in the dark. So we go from a report about people erased for the want of a piece of paper to a different piece of paper entirely, one that erased in the other direction. Nazino's paper was written after the disaster, an honest man documenting a horror that had already happened. This next one was written before. It is not a record of a catastrophe. It is an instruction to use one. To read it, we have to go back further than anything else tonight, back before the camps had their euphemism, before the quotas and the closed cities, to the very first years of the state, when the men who had made the revolution were still alive and still writing. This is the oldest drawer in the room, and what's in it was put there by the founder himself. The public story begins with a real catastrophe. In 1921 and 1922, a genuine, enormous famine tore through the Volga region and beyond. A famine driven by war, drought, and the regime's own policies of grain requisition, and it killed on the order of 5 million people. This was not invented. People were starving to death by the million, and the world knew it. And the young Soviet state announced a response that sounded, on its face, like decency. The church, the Russian Orthodox Church, 1,000 years old, still enormously wealthy in gold and silver and jewels held in its icons and vessels and altar screens, would give up its treasures to feed the hungry. In February of 1922, a decree went out ordering the seizure of church valuables. The framing was pure compassion. The nation is starving. The church is rich. The gold on the altars should become bread in the mouths of the dying. Who could argue with that? The decree came down in February of 1922 from the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, the state's own governing body ordering its commissions into every parish. And so the seizure squads went out across the country into the churches to strip them. The gold vessels, the silver frames off the icons, the jeweled settings, the plate. Much of what they came for was not decoration, but the physical furniture of the sacraments. The cup, the vessels touched during the liturgy, which meant that to a believer, the squads were not confiscating wealth. They were laying hands on holy things. In most places, it went the way the state wanted. In a textile town called Shuya, in March of 1922, it did not. The parishioners there did what people have done for a very long time when their church is threatened. They rang the bells, not for a service, as an alarm to summon the town. A crowd gathered around the church to stand between the squad and the altar, unarmed, or armed with nothing more than sticks and whatever was to hand. And the troops opened fire. 4 people were killed, several more wounded. A small massacre in a provincial town, the kind of thing that in a vast country in a violent decade might have been a local tragedy and nothing more. Except that Shuya reached the top. And what it produced at the top is the reason we are opening this drawer at all. Because on the 19th of March, 1922, 4 days after the shooting, Lenin sat down and wrote a letter about it. A letter to the members of the Politburo, marked strictly secret, explicitly not for publication, a document he wrote in the full confidence that no one outside that room would ever read it. And in it, the founder of the Soviet state set down, in his own hand and his own cold logic, what the whole gentle famine relief operation was actually for. He wrote that the famine was an opportunity, not a tragedy to be relieved, an opportunity to be seized. This moment, with the people starving and desperate and unlikely to rally to the priests, was, he wrote, precisely the moment to break the church's resistance once and for all, and to do it so decisively that the institution would not recover for decades. The seizure was never really about the bread. It was about using a moment of maximum public suffering as the cover under which the state could smash a rival for power that had stood for 1,000 years and take its gold in the bargain. And then Lenin wrote the sentence that kept this letter in a locked drawer for 70 years. The greater the number, he wrote, of representatives of the reactionary clergy and the reactionary bourgeoisie that the state succeeded in shooting on this occasion, the better. The better. Read it as arithmetic. More executions here, now, under this cover, would be a better outcome than fewer. It is not a threat, and it is not rage. It is a calm calculation of advantage, written by a man weighing a policy, deciding that a higher body count served the goal and a lower one did not. That is the thing the drawer held. Not a record of a crime committed, a plan for one, in the founder's own careful hand, filed among the secret business of the Politburo. The rest followed the logic of the letter. There were trials. In Moscow that spring, on the 8th of May, 1922, a group of 8 priests, 2 laymen, and 1 woman were condemned to death for resisting the requisitions, though some of those sentences were later commuted. The main seizure campaign was declared complete by the end of that month, and across the whole of it, the number of clergy killed is genuinely hard to fix, and I'll give it to you the way the honest sources give it. A few thousand, by some counts only a few hundred. I won't inflate it past what the record will bear. The point of this file was never the size of the toll, and reaching for a bigger number would only weaken a thing that is damning enough at its true scale. And then there is the small, dry fact that sits underneath the whole relief operation like a stain. Of all the church wealth seized in 1922, reported at over 4.5 million gold rubles worth, the amount that historians can trace to actually reaching famine relief was something closer to 1 million. The rest funded the state, and funded the very campaign against the church that the famine had been used to justify. The relief operation in the end did not do much relieving. It was never the point. And the head of the church, Patriarch Tikhon, chosen to lead Russian Orthodoxy in 1917, elected by lot, the old way, in the first weeks after the Tsar fell, who had condemned the seizures and called on believers to resist them. He was arrested and held in confinement for 13 months, from the spring of 1922 into the summer of 1923, and broken. While he sat locked away, the state did something cleverer than simply killing him. It helped stand up a rival. A faction of reform-minded clergy, willing to work with the Bolsheviks, was encouraged and propped into place, the so-called living church, and handed a claim to authority while the real patriarch was silenced in a cell. The point was not to destroy orthodoxy outright, which even this state found hard to do to a faith 1,000 years deep in 100 million people. The point was to split it, to set a compliant, state-friendly church against the old one, so that believers would be divided against each other and whatever survived would answer, in part, to the men who had gutted it. It is the same instinct that runs through so much of this archive. You do not always need to abolish an institution. You need only capture its leadership and let the shell keep standing, hollowed. Tikhon was released in 1923, only after signing a statement of loyalty to the Soviet state. The church that came out the other side was poorer, leaderless, and split, exactly the outcome the secret letter had named as the goal. This drawer stands open, and what came out of it is a different kind of thing than most of the secrets tonight. Most of the secrets tonight were things the state did and then denied. A killing dressed as a heart attack, a leak blamed on a butcher, a massacre hosed off the pavement. The cover came after the act. This one is different and colder. This was a document written to be policy. Lenin did not scrawl that sentence in a private diary or blurt it in a rage. He set it down deliberately, as an instruction to the men who ran the country, meaning it to guide what they did. It was the rule, and the rule was marked strictly secret and buried in the party's own archives for some 70 years, not because anyone repented of it, but simply because it was never meant to be seen, the way you don't publish the true minutes of a board that says out loud what the press release only implies. It surfaced only when the Soviet Union was ending, and its archives were finally opened around 1990, and the letter was published from those files, carried into the wider record by the archive projects that combed the newly unlocked party papers. Its translated text set out for anyone to read, plainly, among the revelations those archives gave up, where it has sat, in the founder's own words, ever since. A plan to exploit a famine and shoot the clergy, written by the man on the banners, filed the day it was written under a stamp that meant never for the public. Which brings us to the next drawer, and to a colder cover still. Lenin's letter at least planned its killing on paper, in language where a later reader could find it. The next file holds a killing the state tried to leave no paper for at all, a village that could not be moved in time, locked inside a barn and burned. And unlike almost everything else we've opened, the argument over whether it even happened is not 50 years old. It is happening now. Almost every file we have opened tonight exists for the same strange reason. The state wrote it down. It denied the crime to the world and then, in the same breath, recorded the truth of it for itself, in a memo, in a quota table, in a signed order, in a sealed case number, because a state that governs by paper cannot help producing paper, even about the things it means to bury. That is why the drawers can be opened at all. Someone filed the truth. This next drawer is the one the state tried to keep empty. Not to deny after the fact, the way it denied a leaked spore or an ice axe, but to prevent from ever becoming a fact on paper in the first place. The order that mattered most here was meant to be spoken and not written, carried out and not recorded, so that when it was over there would be nothing to open, no memo, no number, no case file, only snow and a burned structure in a valley almost no one could reach. And the reason we are opening it anyway is that they missed. Someone remembered. And the argument over whether that memory is allowed to stand is not a piece of history. It is being had right now. Begin with the thing the barn was a small, terrible corner of, because the barn was not the plan. The barn was what happened when the plan ran out of time. In the winter of 1944, with the war turned and the Red Army pushing west, the Soviet state carried out one of the largest single acts of forced removal in its history against two peoples of the North Caucasus, the Chechens and the Ingush. The pretext was collaboration with the German. The pretext had the usual relationship to the facts, which is to say almost none. The front had barely touched most of Chechnya, and the men being punished for helping the enemy included men who were, at that moment, in Red Army uniform, fighting it. But the pretext was never the point. The decision had been made at the top, on Beria's authority, with Stalin's approval, to remove an entire nation from its mountains and scatter it across Central Asia and Siberia. Well over 500,000 people. The whole of the Chechen Ingush Republic, dissolved and deported in a matter of days. The date chosen was the 23rd of February, Red Army Day, a holiday. That detail is the whole method in miniature. Villagers across the region were told to gather in the squares and the meeting halls for a celebration, for speeches, for the holiday. They came the way people come to a holiday. Families, the old, the young, dressed for a public occasion, and they were not gathered to be celebrated. They were gathered to be counted, surrounded, and loaded. The lie was the logistics. You did not have to hunt for people scattered across a valley if you could persuade them to assemble themselves. And then the operation began, and it moved with the terrible efficiency we have seen before. 15 minutes in many places. Half an hour at most. Take what you can carry. The trucks, many of them American, sent under Lend-Lease to fight Germany, now driving a nation to the railheads, carried them down to the trains, and the trains carried them east in the cold, sealed, for weeks. Historians estimate that roughly a third of the deported population would die on the journey in the first brutal winters of exile, of cold and hunger and typhus. A third of a people, subtracted on a schedule. But a schedule is a fragile thing in the mountains in February. And in the high remote village of Kaibak, deep in the Chechen highlands, the schedule broke. The snow came in and closed the passes, and the people who were meant to be walked down to the trains could not be walked anywhere. Especially not the ones who could never have made the journey quickly to begin with, the very old, the sick, the women near to giving birth, the small children, the ones who would have had to be carried every step. The state had a word for these people. Not a cruel word on its face, a logistical one. On the manifests and in the operational language, people who could not be marched to a train on time were classed as non-transportable. A category like that has a use. It is not an insult. It is an administrative convenience, a box on a form for the human beings who did not fit the timetable. And the horror of Kaibach is the horror of watching a bureaucracy discover what it is willing to do to make a box on a form come out even. Because the officer on the ground faced a simple operational problem. The non-transportable could not be moved by the deadline. Reporting a delay meant reporting a failure, up a chain where failure was dangerous to the reporter. And so, rather than miss the deadline, the non-transportable of Kaibach, by the conservative count some 700 people, by other accounts closer to 1,000, were driven into a large collective barn packed with hay, and the barn was set alight. Those who broke out of it were shot. The officer named in account after account as the man who gave that order is the NKVD Colonel Mikhail Gveshiani. He is said to have reported the matter upward afterward, and to have been not punished but commended. The deadline, after all, had been met. I give you his name because names are what this particular file is starved of, and because a knowledgeable listener should hear the right one. The train had a timetable, and the timetable did not have a column for snow. When the two collided, it was the people who were made to give way. I am not going to take you inside that barn. There is nothing there for either of us. What matters for this file is not the scene. It is what the state did with the scene afterward, which was to try to make sure there was no file. This was the crime designed to leave no drawer. And it very nearly worked, because the only witnesses were the ones who did the burning and the handful of local people who saw the smoke and the aftermath. And a people scattered to the far side of a continent is a people whose memory is easy to disperse and easy to deny. For decades, Kaibach was a thing that the Chechens knew and the record did not. But the plan to leave no witnesses had a flaw, and the flaw was that not everyone present at Kaibach was a Chechen villager. There were officials there too, doing the work of the operation, and at least one of them could not make himself forget it. His name comes down to us as Malsagov, and in the accounts that would surface much later, it is his testimony that anchors the event down to the count. Where the state wanted a blank, he supplied a number, 704. That is the figure a witness gave, and it is the reason the conservative anchor for this massacre is not a guess but a memory, carried out of that valley in a single man's head and set down, eventually, in words. A state that murders to erase a record has to trust that no one who helped will ever talk. It is a great deal to ask of every person in the room. Then the record cracked, the way so many of these did, in the brief open window at the end of the Soviet Union. In 1990, during Glasnost, a Soviet special commission actually investigated Kaibach, took the testimony, and concluded, formally, on paper at last, on the 20th of August, 1990, that the massacre had happened. For a moment, the drawer that was never meant to exist was open, and its contents were official. There was, in the years between, the ritual the state performed with all of its deported peoples, the gesture it made and called a correction. After Stalin, in the middle of the 1950s, the Chechens and the Ingush were permitted to go home, their republic restored, the deportation quietly reversed. It was the same cost-free apology the regime handed to one punished nation after another, a decree that admits, in effect, that a nation was wrongly destroyed, while restoring nothing that made the destruction cost anything to the men who ordered it. You were falsely accused. Here is your map back. Nothing is owed. And a decree of that kind, however welcome to the people going home, said nothing at all about the barn. Rehabilitation covered the deportation. It did not so much as acknowledge Kaibach, which remained exactly where the killers had left it, outside the record entirely. And here is where this file parts company with every other one tonight. Every other drawer we have opened stayed open once it was opened. It could be muddied, softened, argued over, but the confession was on the record and could not be unsaid. This one did not stay open, because in 2014, the successor state, modern Russia, reached back over that 1990 finding and pulled the drawer shut again. When filmmakers made a dramatization of Kaibach, the Culture Ministry publicly disputed that the massacre had any basis in the archives and called the film a work of historical falsification, not a spin on the event. A denial that the event occurred at all, issued by a functioning government, on the record, in this century, about a thing its own predecessor state had formally confirmed a quarter of a century earlier. This drawer has no settled answer. It is the only one in the whole file that does not, because where it stands is being decided in the present tense by a living hand, not the state of 1944 defending its record, the state of now deciding what 1944 is permitted to have been. The truth of Kaibak survives tonight not because the killers filed it, they took care not to, but because a people carried it across 70 years of exile and return and would not put it down. And whether they are allowed to keep carrying it is, at this hour, an open contest. That is the rarest thing in this archive, a secret whose keepers are still trying to make it a secret again. Which brings us to a fire of a very different kind. Kaibak was a fire the state has spent 80 years insisting it cannot see. The next was a fire the state could not possibly hide, a fire the whole hemisphere could measure, and its answer was not to deny the fire. Its answer was to tell a city of millions to put on its best clothes and go dancing in the open air beside it. The other secrets in this file were each hidden by an act, a memo suppressed, a body relabeled, a report sealed in a drawer. This one was hidden, at first, by an absence, by nothing being said at all, during the few days when saying something was the only thing that could have helped. Late in the night of the 26th of April, 1986, Reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power station in the north of Soviet Ukraine exploded and caught fire. The reactor did not fail quietly. It threw its core open to the sky and began to burn, and it went on burning for days, lifting a plume of radioactive material into the wind that would carry it across Ukraine, across Belarus, across the Western Soviet Union, and on over the borders into Europe. This was, in a sense, the proudest kind of Soviet achievement turned inside out. Nuclear power was prestige, was the future, was proof of the system's mastery. And now the future was on fire in the dark, and the people who had to decide what to say about it were the people to whom admitting the fire meant admitting that the mastery had been a story. The first men sent against the fire went in not knowing what they were breathing. The firefighters who arrived in the early hours fought what looked, in the dark, like an ordinary industrial blaze on a roof, and worked in the open above an exposed reactor core, throwing out a dose that their equipment was not built to warn them of. Most of the 31 deaths the disaster is officially counted to have caused directly came from among these first responders and plant workers, the ones killed in the blast itself, and the larger number who died in the following weeks of acute radiation sickness in hospital wards, from what they had taken into their bodies in those first hours, before anyone above them would say plainly how dangerous the air had become. They were sent to fight a fire whose true nature was, to the men who could have told them, already a thing to be managed rather than announced. What they had to work with in those first hours explains a great deal. The men on the scene needed to know how bad it was, and to know that they needed instruments. And the instruments they had were built for the small leaks of normal operation, not for this. The dosimeters pinned at the top of their scales and stopped, a reading that does not mean the danger is at that level, but that the danger is somewhere past where the needle can go. Yet a number that comes off a dial is a number you can write in a report. When your instrument stops counting at a reassuring figure, the reassuring figure is what travels up the chain, and the truth, which was off the scale, stayed off the record. There is a bleak neatness to it. The one instrument that could have raised the alarm was the one built to stop counting at precisely the point the alarm should have begun. The early numbers that reached Moscow were catastrophically too low, and they were too low in the direction that let everyone believe the situation was, in the phrase that would define the whole episode, under control. Under control. That was the label the country and the world were given. And underneath it, the clock was running on the people closest to the reactor. Pripyat, the town built for the plant's workers, sat a couple of miles away, some 50,000 people, and the wider evacuation zone holding more than twice that. They were not moved for something like 36 hours. Through the day after the explosion, children went to school. People hung washing. Some went out to watch the strange colored glow over the plant, not knowing that the air itself was the danger. When the buses finally came, the residents were told to bring almost nothing because the evacuation was temporary and they would be home in a few days. They were never coming home. The town is empty to this hour. And then, 5 days after the reactor opened to the sky, with the fire not yet fully out and the plume still drifting, came the thing that turns this from a disaster into a secret. The 1st of May. May Day, the highest holiday on the Soviet calendar, the parade of the workers, banners and brass bands, and columns of school children in the open streets. And in Kyiv, a great city of millions, sitting squarely under the path the wind had taken, the parade went ahead. On schedule. Out of doors. The account that has come down, and I will flag it as the account, because the internal record here is thinner than the outdoor scene it describes, is that the Ukrainian party leader, Shchebitsky, appealed to Moscow to call the parade off, and that Moscow refused him. To cancel would be to admit. To admit would be to panic the world. And so the columns marched, and the children waved, under a sky that instruments 1,000 miles away were already learning to read. There is a persistent, bitter story in Kyiv that the officials who kept the city dancing had quietly sent their own families out of it. A rumor, and I will leave it as one, because it has never been firmly nailed down. But it is the kind of rumor a state earns. Inside the response itself, meanwhile, the same argument was being fought in miniature between the men who wanted the true readings acted on and the men for whom the true readings were a political problem. The scientist who came to stand for the first side was Valery Legasov, a chemist, and one of the lead investigators sent in, who pushed to have the honest dose figures recognized and the response scaled to them against an institutional resistance that preferred the numbers small and the situation calm. He is remembered as the man who insisted on the size of the thing when insisting was not welcome. He died in 1988, almost exactly 2 years after the reactor opened to the sky, a detail I will leave standing plainly, without reaching for what it meant, because the honest sources are careful with it, and so will I be. The point that survives him is narrower and firmer, even inside the walls. Getting the state to admit the true magnitude of its own accident was a fight, and the people who fought it did not have an easy time. The cover, then, was silence. The silence of those first crucial days, when an honest word would have meant iodine tablets, closed schools, people kept indoors and out of the plume. That silence held inside the country. What broke it came from outside, and it could not be argued with, because it was not testimony. It was physics. Far to the north, in Sweden, workers at a nuclear plant set off their own alarms and, checking themselves, realized the radiation was not theirs. It was riding in on the wind from the east. The monitoring stations of half of Europe were now measuring a Soviet secret directly out of the air, and there was no memo to suppress, no witness to silence, no butcher to blame. The wind had filed the report. Within days, a state that governed the truth as tightly as any in history found that it no longer had sole authorship of this one. And the admission came because the alternative was to deny something the whole hemisphere could see on a gauge. And even after the wind had forced the admission came small. The leadership's first public words on the disaster played its severity down, in the same register that had governed everything since the first deflated reading, measured, calm, the situation attended to. The scale of the thing arrived in the world's understanding, not as a confession delivered whole, but as a slow leak, prized out over days and weeks, against the grain of a state that had spent its first decisive window saying as little as it possibly could. The most important hours in a radiological emergency are the earliest ones, when what a person is told determines whether they swallow an iodine tablet or send a child out to watch the pretty light in the sky. Those were exactly the hours the state chose to fill with quiet. What the disaster cost is the last thing, and it is the thing to handle most carefully, because here the honest answer is that we do not have a single answer. The direct toll, the plant workers and firemen killed in the explosion and by acute radiation sickness in the weeks after, is counted by international scientific consensus at 31. That number is firm, and it is also, everyone understands, only the part that can be counted cleanly. The long shadow, the cancers seeded across millions of exposed people over decades, cannot be counted cleanly, and the estimates of it do not merely differ, they diverge enormously. The international nuclear bodies have put the eventual excess deaths in the region of 4,000. Other studies, including one commissioned by environmental campaigners, have run as high as the tens of thousands, 90,000 and beyond. Researchers from the former Soviet republics have landed at figures in between. I am not going to reach into that spread and hand you one number as the truth, because there is no honest way to do it. The spread is the fact. When a state refuses to measure a thing in the days when it could still have been measured, it does not only fail the people in the plume, it ensures that the size of what it did can be argued over forever. Where does this one stand? It stands open, and it stands as the moment the whole system's method reached its limit. Gorbachev himself would later point to Chernobyl as the thing that made the old secrecy impossible to sustain, the first catastrophe the Soviet state could not outtalk, because for once the evidence was not in a drawer it controlled, but in the wind, in the soil, in the readings of every country downwind. The label said under control. The wind said otherwise, to everyone at once. And the argument over the true cost is still running, precisely because the days when the truth could have been gathered were spent instead keeping a city dancing. From a cloud that crossed every border, we turn now to a faith the state tried to seal inside one. Chernobyl was a secret the wind refused to keep. The next is the near-total erasure of an entire religion from the map of the Soviet East, carried out quietly, in fabricated charges and closed temples, against people accused of spying for a country most of them had never seen. We have watched this state make war on orthodoxy, seizing the churches and their gold under the cover of famine relief. We have watched it move against Islam in Central Asia, closing the mosques behind the banner of women's liberation. There was a third front, less remembered because the people on it were fewer and further away, in the deep east and south of the country, and the method there was the same instinct wearing yet another costume. This is the war on Buddhism. Russia had, and has, two great Buddhist heartlands. In the east, beyond Lake Baikal, the land of the Buryats. Far to the west of them, on the dry steppe near the Caspian, the Kalmyks, a Mongol people who had carried their Buddhism across a continent centuries before, the only traditionally Buddhist nation in Europe. Both were dense with monasteries, the Datsans and Kuruls, which were not only houses of worship but the libraries, the schools, the medical centers, the entire cultural spine of these peoples. To erase the monastery was to erase the civilization it held up. And in the 1930s, that is what the state set out to do. The campaign ran the way these campaigns ran. A monastery closed, then demolished. Texts and images burned. The monks, the lamas, scattered, imprisoned, or shot. The numbers are reconstructed from difficult records, but the shape is stark. In Kalmykia, of the monastery temples standing at the revolution, dozens were liquidated within 2 decades. In Buryatia, by the middle of the 30s, a third of the Datsans already stood empty as their clergy fled or were taken, and the rest were closed within a few years. By 1941, the accounting comes to a single flat sentence. There was not one functioning Buddhist monastery left standing in the whole of the Soviet Union. A religious tradition, centuries deep, reduced to 0 addresses. The charge used to justify it shows how little the accusation had to do with anything real. The senior lamas were arrested in the Great Purge years as spies. Spies for Japan. They were said to be running espionage for the Japanese Empire, plotting sabotage, in some versions plotting to blow up bridges on behalf of a foreign power across the whole width of Asia. Historians treat these charges now as what they plainly were, fabricated pretexts invented to fit the terror's quota for enemies, hung on monks, because monks were a category the state had already decided to empty. The accusation required something very particular of the men who carried it. It required them to have conducted secret intelligence work for a country that most of them had no way to reach, had never seen, and had no contact with whatever, a charge that could be neither committed nor disproved, which is precisely what made it useful. You cannot defend yourself against having done a thing that was never possible to do. The espionage was imaginary. The bullet was not. And what a monastery was in these societies is not quite what the English word carries. A Datsun was not a quiet retreat off to one side of ordinary life. It was the center of it, the place that held the books, taught the children their letters, trained the doctors in the medicine these peoples used, kept the calendar, settled the disputes, and preserved the long chain of learning passed from teacher to student that made the tradition a living thing rather than a collection of objects. When the state closed and demolished the Datsun, it was not only shuttering a church, it was pulling out the single institution on which the literacy, the medicine, the law, and the memory of a whole people all rested at once. And when the last one closed, there was no other building the functions could retreat into. They simply stopped. That was the faith gutted. Then came the people. In the winter of 1943, with the war at its height, the state took the second step it had taken with the Chechens and would take with others. It deported the entire nation. On the 28th of December, 1943, the whole Kalmyk people, more than 100,000 of them, were loaded onto trains and sent to Siberia and the Soviet interior on the now familiar charge of collaboration with the Germans. Roughly a fifth of them would die in the first years of exile, of the cold and the hunger and the disease that rode the cattle cars. And here, the fabrication reached a pitch that is almost hard to state plainly, because at the very moment the Kalmyks were being punished as traitors to the Soviet cause, Kalmyk soldiers were fighting and dying for it. Decorated Red Army veterans were pulled from the front, found in field hospitals recovering from wounds taken in Soviet uniform, and put on the trains with their families as enemies of the state they were bleeding for. A man could be a hero of the war and a deportee for the same war in the same month. The categories swallowed the medal. This is the pattern that runs under so much of the archive. First you hollow the institution, then you punish the people, and each step is dressed in a charge that no one is meant to be able to answer. But the fate of this file is its own, distinct from every other. Katyn was a body denied and then, in the end, confessed. Chernobyl was a cloud that betrayed its own keepers. Kaibach is a killing still being argued out of the record in the present tense. What was done to Buddhism in the Soviet Union was different in kind from all of them. Not a truth hidden, but a whole faith culture. Its buildings, its books, its teachers, its unbroken chain of transmission, carried so far towards zero that when the pressure finally lifted, there was almost nothing left to simply unhide. To understand that fate, you have to follow it past the deportation, to the day the survivors were finally allowed to go home and found what home now meant. The Kalmyks were allowed home in the middle of the 1950s, after Stalin, when the worst of the deportations were quietly reversed and the punished peoples were let back onto their maps. But letting a people return is a different thing from restoring what was taken, and here the gap between the two was total. A deported nation can be given back its land by decree. A destroyed tradition cannot be given back by anything, because the thing that was destroyed was not property. It was a chain. Every Datsun razed, every library burned, every llama shot as a Japanese agent was a link out of a sequence that had been unbroken for centuries, and you cannot decree a broken chain whole again. The people came home to find the institution that had held them up gone down to the ground, and the men who could have taught them how to raise it again, mostly dead. So the Datsuns, where they returned at all, had to be physically rebuilt, brick by brick, in the decades that followed, and the tradition itself reassembled from whatever pieces had survived, in the memory of the few old teachers left alive, in the practice carried quietly through exile and across the southern border in Mongolia, where the lineage had not been cut the same way. It was an act, less like reopening a sealed room and finding everything as it was left, than like relearning a language from its last few speakers before they are gone. That is the particular shape of this secret, and it is why it belongs beside the others rather than among them. The war on orthodoxy left a church that was gutted but standing. The war on the mosques of Central Asia left a faith driven underground, but alive. The war on the Datsuns was pressed nearly to the end of the road, to the point where there was no sealed drawer to reopen, because the thing itself had been taken apart, and getting it back meant building it, not finding it. And the truth about why it had all been destroyed, that the espionage was invented, that the spy charges were pretexts written to fill a quota. The truth was not confessed by the state that did it. It was reconstructed, decades later, out of the archives by the researchers and the memorial societies who went looking, the same patient work that has surfaced so much of this file. The state closed the temples and shot the lamas as Japanese agents. It was left to other people, 2 generations on, to establish that there had never been a single spy, only a faith the state had marked for 0, and a charge convenient enough to get it there. The deportation itself did eventually get its formal reckoning. In the years after the Soviet Union fell, the removal of the Kalmyks was recognized in law as a crime against humanity, the plainest possible statement that the collaboration charge had been a fiction from the first. So on that count, the drawer stands open, named for what it was. But a legal finding restores a nation's honor, not its Datsuns. And it certainly does not restore the chain of teaching that the espionage charade was invented to sever. That is the residue this file leaves. The killing has been acknowledged. The lie behind the spy charges has been exposed. And the thing those 2 crimes were built to destroy, a living tradition, whole and passed hand to hand, is still, all these decades later, being rebuilt from the far end, by people working from the memory of what it used to be, which leaves one more people to account for on this front, not one whose faith was closed inside a border, but one told, in effect, simply to stop moving, to sit still on their own land while the herds that were their whole life were taken away, and to wait there, quietly, for a famine that the rest of the country would never be told had happened. To understand what was done here, you have to first understand what a Kazakh was, before the state got to work on the word. Not a farmer. Not a man tied to a field and a house and a fixed patch of ground. The Kazakhs were a nomadic people of the Great Steppe, a civilization whose entire wealth, whose calendar, whose law and memory and survival was carried on the backs of moving animals. Their riches were not measured in land, because land without grass is nothing, and grass on the steppe moves with the season. Their riches were the herds, the horses, the sheep, the cattle, the camels, driven across enormous distances through the year to wherever the grazing was, so that a family's whole security was a thing that walked. The yurt came down and went up again 100 miles away. That was not poverty. That was the technology of the place, refined over 1,000 years into the one way human beings had ever found to live off that hard, dry, endless country and not die on it. The steppe could not be farmed the way Ukraine could be farmed. It could only be herded. And herding meant moving. And the plan the state arrived with was to make them stop. The man who carried it into Kazakhstan was Philip Goloshchiokin, the first secretary of the Kazakh Communist Party, a Bolshevik of the old, hard vintage, one of the men who a decade earlier had helped oversee the execution of the Romanov family in a cellar in Yekaterinburg. He looked at Kazakhstan and decided that the revolution had not yet actually happened there. The Kazakhs had had their Tsar removed and their borders redrawn, but their society underneath was intact, still clan-based, still pastoral, still organized around the herds and the elders and the old moving life. So Goloshchiokin announced that Kazakhstan needed its own revolution, a second one, run now from his office. He called it Little October, a deliberate restaging of the Bolshevik seizure of power, aimed this time not at a Tsar or a bourgeoisie, but at the nomadic way of life itself. The clan elites were to be broken as a class. The herds were to be collectivized. And the people were to be settled, pulled off the moving life and fixed onto collective farms, made into sedentary agricultural workers on land that had never grown a crop and never would. The two halves of that plan, put together, were a death sentence, though they were written in the flat language of an economic program. The first half took the herds. In the drive to collectivize and to meet the state's procurement quotas, Soviet brigades confiscated the livestock, and the scale of it is the fact the whole catastrophe turns on. Up to 9 in 10 of Kazakhstan's animals were seized or slaughtered in the space of a few years. Not a tenth taken as a tax. Nearly everything. A people whose entire food supply walked on 4 legs had that food supply driven off, requisitioned, or killed for immediate meat. And the second half of the plan forbade them the only alternative, because they were now supposed to be farmers, sedentary, planted on collective farms with no seed they knew how to use, no plows, no tradition of tillage, no infrastructure, and no time to learn any of it before the winter came. They had been stripped of the old way of feeding themselves and handed a new way that did not work and could not work in a single season on that soil. In between the two, in the gap the planners never accounted for, was starvation. Some of the destruction came from the herders' own hands, and that too is part of the shape of it. When a state announces that your animals are about to become the collective's animals, a man with 100 sheep and no faith in the promise does a rational, ruinous thing. He slaughters them before the brigade arrives, rather than hand over a lifetime's wealth for a receipt and a quota. Multiply that decision across a whole society ordered to surrender everything it owned, and you get not a transfer of herds but the killing of them, a wave of slaughter that ate the breeding stock, the future animals, the very capacity of the herd to renew itself the following spring. Between what the state took and what the people killed rather than surrender, the animals that were the entire margin between a Kazakh family and death simply ceased, in the course of 2 or 3 seasons, to exist. And Little October was never only about the herds. Goloshkyokin had declared a revolution against a way of life, and a way of life is more than its livestock. The campaign went at the clan structure that organized the society, breaking the traditional elites as a hostile class. It went at the religion, the Islam, and the older beliefs woven through the pastoral world as one more piece of the old order to be cleared away. It went at the seasonal movement itself, the migration routes walked for centuries, now treated as backwardness to be settled out of a people. This was the same instinct we have watched turned on the churches and the mosques and the datsans, wearing one more costume. You do not merely take a population's property. You dismantle the entire architecture, economic, social, religious, by which it had always known how to keep itself alive. And when that architecture is gone and the winter comes, there is nothing left holding the people up. And it fell on the steppe with almost no one outside to see it. There were no foreign correspondents in the Kazakh interior. There was no Republic-level press that could report a thing the Republic's own first secretary was doing. There were no cameras, no diaries in a language the world read, no embassy a mile away taking notes. When the dying started, it started in a place with almost no witnesses, a vast, thinly peopled country where the catastrophe could unfold across enormous distances, with nobody positioned to write it down for anyone who mattered. The herds were gone. The winters came, and people began to die in numbers that, measured against the size of the population, would turn out to be the worst of all the Soviet famines of that terrible decade. I will give you the toll the way the honest sources give it, as a range and not a single figure, because the record here is thin and the counters were not neutral. The estimates run from something like 1 1/3 million dead to well over 2 million. But the number that carries the horror is not the absolute one. It is the proportion. By the reconstructed figures, somewhere between 38 and 42% of the entire ethnic Kazakh people died. Not of a region, not of a class, of a whole nation, close to 4 in every 10, gone in roughly 3 years. That is the highest proportional death rate suffered by any group in any of these famines. A people reduced by nearly half, in a catastrophe that the rest of the country was largely never told had happened. What the living did, in enormous numbers, was move, the one thing the plan had tried to take from them, and the only thing that could still save a life. Hundreds of thousands of Kazakhs fled. They fled across the borders of the Republic into other Soviet regions, and they fled clean across the international frontiers, into China and into Mongolia, whole clans on the move again. Not to the summer grazing this time, but simply away, out, toward anywhere that was not the place where the herds had been taken, and the state had decided they must stay put and starve. A nomadic people, ordered to become still, saved what remained of itself by running. The abandoned yurt stood empty behind them on a steppe that had been emptied of animals and was now being emptied of people. The thing almost no one wrote down was finally written down, once, by an insider. His name was Turar Riskulov, a Kazakh Bolshevik, a man high enough in the system to have a desk in Moscow, serving as a vice-chairman of the Russian Republic's Council. In March of 1933, with the catastrophe near its worst, he wrote directly to Stalin, and to Molotov, and to Kaganovich, and he described what was actually happening: the mass flight, the collapse, the dying, laid out for the very top of the state by one of its own. It was, in the terms of this whole archive, the file finally being made, the truth set down on paper and pushed up the chain by a man on the inside who could no longer not say it. And the letter did prompt something. Moscow gave a first grudging acknowledgement, and some remedial measures followed. A little relief, a little slackening. But it came the way these admissions always came, after the fact. The letter was written when the worst of the dying was already done. It could describe the catastrophe. It could not undo it. This drawer stands in the strangest position of any file we have opened. It was never locked, and it was never really denied. There was no cover story to speak of, no butcher blamed, no memo suppressed, because the crime was hidden by something more effective than any lie. It was hidden by the near total absence of anyone to witness it. A famine in a place with no correspondence and no free press does not need to be covered up. It covers itself simply by happening where no one who could tell the world was standing. And so for decades, this was the catastrophe the outside world barely knew occurred, overshadowed entirely by the famine in Ukraine, which had witnesses and a diaspora and an eventual cause, while Kazakhstan's had almost none of those things and stayed, in the Western understanding, a footnote to a footnote. What has opened it is not a defector, and not a collapse, and not a wind carrying a spore across a border. It is slower and quieter than any of those. It is scholarship, historians going late into the archives, decades after the fact, and reconstructing from the thin record what the numbers actually were. A major English language account, Sarah Cameron's history of the Hungry Steppe, bringing it to a wider readership only in the last several years, and Kazakhstan itself, slowly, in the last decade, beginning to commemorate its own dead at last. There is no denial campaign to fight here. There is only a long silence finally lifting, the rarest kind of secret in this whole file, one kept not by a locked drawer but by an empty step, and opening now not because anyone confessed, but because someone finally came, all these years later, to look. The last file was a crime almost no one saw, a catastrophe hidden by the emptiness of the place it happened in, a nation dying where there were no witnesses to write it down. This next one is the opposite in every way but the outcome. It was witnessed by everyone it touched, an entire people. Every last one of them watched it happen to themselves in a single stretch of 3 days. There were no missing witnesses here. There were nearly 200,000 of them, and the state buried it anyway. In the spring of 1944, the Red Army retook the Crimean Peninsula from the Germans who had occupied it. And within weeks, the machine turned on the people who had lived there for centuries, the Crimean Tatars, a Muslim people native to that coast, the peninsula's own. The charge was the one the state kept ready-made for whole nations by this point in the war: collaboration. It was said that the Crimean Tatars had, as a people, sided with the German occupier, and so, as a people, They would be punished, all of them, collectively, without distinction, without trial, without any accounting of who had done what. Beria's NKVD was ordered to remove the entire population from the peninsula. They did it in 72 hours. On the 18th of May, 1944, some 32,000 NKVD troops fanned out across Crimea into every Tatar village and every Tatar street and began the removal. Families were given, in many places, 30 minutes, half an hour to understand that they were leaving forever, to gather children and the old and whatever food and cloth and small belongings could be carried in 30 minutes, and to walk out of houses their families had lived in for generations and would never see again. 30 minutes is faster than most house fires give you. It is not enough time to think. It was not meant to be. The speed was the design. A whole nation surrounded and moving before it could grasp what was happening, before a single family could organize, resist, hide, or even properly say goodbye to a home. They were marched to the rail lines and loaded into cattle wagons, freight cars built for livestock, packed with people, and the doors were shut. Then the trains sat, and then they rolled east towards Central Asia on a journey of well over a week. There was almost no food in the wagons, almost no water, and no sanitation of any kind. A sealed box of human beings crossing thousands of miles of the Soviet interior in the late spring heat, with the old and the very young the first to fail. People died inside the cars on the way, and where the dead were taken out at halts, the living were not always allowed off with them. This was the same machinery of removal we have watched roll before, and the logistics ran with the same cold priority. The timetables of the deportation trains were reportedly given precedence on the rails, so that a nation being carried into exile moved on schedule while other traffic waited. In total, something on the order of 180 to 190,000 people were taken. The great mass of them, around 150,000, dumped into Uzbekistan, with others scattered to the Mari lands, to Kazakhstan, and across the wider Soviet interior. The whole nation lifted off its own peninsula and set down a continent away in 3 days. And the arriving was its own catastrophe. Because the exile did not end at the rail platform, it became a condition. The deportees were placed in what the state called special settlements, a restrictive regime under which they were confined to assigned places, forbidden to leave without permission, made to report to a commandant, and set to labor in conditions of hunger and disease in a landscape and a climate that was not theirs. Weakened by the journey, unhoused, unfed, meeting the diseases of a strange place with no reserves left, the deportees died in the settlements at a rate that turned the deportation from an act into an attrition. The removal took 3 days. The dying went on for years. And here is the detail that shows what the word collaboration was actually worth. At the very moment their families were being loaded onto the cattle cars as traitors, Crimean Tatar men were serving in the Red Army. Roughly 1 in 5 of the Tatar men, in uniform, fighting the same Germans their mothers and children were being punished for supposedly having helped. Some were pulled from the front and deported after their own families. The charge was laid on infants in arms and on decorated soldiers alike, because it was not really a charge against anyone in particular. It was a charge against a category. To be a Crimean Tatar was the offense. Everything else, your service, your age, your innocence, was simply not a field the form had a box for. What the deportation cost is contested, and it is contested for a reason that runs through this entire archive. The people who did the counting were the people who did the killing. The Soviet state's own official figure for deaths in transit was a precise-looking 7,889, and internal NKVD reporting acknowledged something like 30,000 dead in Central Asia by the end of the following year. But the figure that the Crimean Tatars themselves carry is larger and comes from a different source entirely. In the 1960s, activists in the exiled community did their own count, house by house and family by family, and arrived at a toll of nearly 110,000 dead, more than 40% of the entire deported people in the years between the deportation and the end of 1947. That is where the figure of nearly half a people dead descends from. Not a state audit, but a nation's own reckoning of its own dead, compiled in exile by the survivors because the state that killed them would not. Take it as what it is, the community's count, not the government's, and the safe floor beneath even the most conservative reading is that more than a third of the deported population did not survive the exile. A demographic catastrophe, tracked internally, published nowhere. Then came the paper, a paper that wore the face of an apology and did the work of a burial. In 1967, more than 2 decades on, the Soviet state issued a decree concerning the Crimean Tatars. And on its surface, it looked like a correction. It lifted the collaboration charge, acknowledged that the blanket accusation of treason had been baseless. A nation cleared of the crime it had been destroyed for. But read what the same decree did in the same breath. It did not grant them the right to go home. They were still barred from returning to Crimea and would remain barred for years. And it did something stranger and quieter and worse. In the wording that reorganized their status, it dissolved them as a recognized people. It ceased to acknowledge the Crimean Tatars as a distinct nationality at all, folding them administratively into the general population of the places they had been exiled to. So the decree that cleared them of the crime also erased them as a name. You were falsely accused of treason, it said. You are no longer traitors, and you are also no longer a people. The charge was lifted off a nation the same document declared did not, in any official sense, exist. It is the rehabilitation as a second erasure. The first act took their land. The apology took their name. And here the arc finally turns, because the Crimean Tatars did not accept the erasure, and their refusal is the thing that outlasted everyone who ordered it. Through the 60s, 70s, and 80s, a civil rights movement grew in the exiled community. Quiet, persistent, illegal. A people petitioning and organizing and refusing, decade after decade, to be a nation the state had decreed out of existence. It was a strange kind of struggle, because it was fought almost entirely on paper and with patience. Mass petitions signed by tens of thousands, gathered and sent to Moscow again and again. The collecting and copying of their own history and their own losses, passed hand to hand through the censorship, the simple, endlessly repeated demand to be allowed to go home. They kept the count of their own dead, the very tally the state would not compile. They kept the name the decree had tried to retire. They kept the memory of a peninsula most of the younger ones, born in exile, had never once seen. And they raised a second and a third generation who considered themselves Crimean Tatars of Crimea, though they had grown up 2,000 miles from it. And they outlasted the men who had exiled them, and they outlasted Beria, and in the end, they outlasted the state itself. In November of 1989, at the very edge of the Soviet collapse, the Supreme Soviet formally condemned the deportation as a criminal act and authorized the survivors and their children to return home. 45 years after the cattle cars pulled out, the road back to Crimea was open again, and, slowly, in their tens of thousands, they took it, coming back to a peninsula that had been resettled by others in their absence, to begin the long argument over what home now meant. This drawer stands open, and, rarest of all the things in this file, it stands endured. The deportation was condemned. The name the decree tried to erase is back on the map, carried home by the people who would not let it be filed away. What remains unsettled is only the count. The true death toll of 1944 is still argued over, still contested, precisely because the state deliberately undercounted it and left the survivors to do the arithmetic of their own catastrophe. But the people themselves are not a contested figure. They came home. The state that gave a nation 30 minutes to disappear, and then, 23 years later, tried to make the disappearance permanent by striking the very name from its books, was outlived by the 30-minute nation. It could not finish erasing. Everything in this file so far has been a killing, or a starving, or a mass removal. The state acting on bodies and then hiding what it had done to them. This next drawer holds something colder and quieter than any of that, and in a way more total, because it is the one secret in the archive where the state stopped rewriting what had happened and started rewriting what was true. Not the record of an event, the definition of sanity itself. It begins with a problem the state had created for itself. After Stalin died, the old machinery of the show trial became an embarrassment. Putting a dissident in a public courtroom, reading out the charges, letting a defense be mounted, even a hollow one, produced headlines abroad, produced a named prisoner with stated views, produced a martyr whose ideas got repeated in the very act of condemning them. The trial gave the dissenter a stage, and a state that wanted its critics gone, but did not want the cost of trying them, needed a mechanism that would remove a person without ever giving them that stage. It found one. It did not put the dissident on trial. It declared him ill. The instrument was a diagnosis, and the diagnosis was engineered for the purpose. In the 1960s, a Soviet psychiatrist named Andrei Snezhnevsky and his colleagues developed a diagnostic category they called sluggish schizophrenia, a slow onset, slow-moving form of the illness that, by its own definition, could be present in a patient who showed none of the classic signs of madness. No hallucinations. No delusions in any ordinary sense. no break with reality that an outside observer could point to. The illness was defined precisely so that its absence of visible symptoms was no defense against it. You could be, by every normal measure, completely lucid and still be diagnosed as sick with a schizophrenia so quiet it had not surfaced yet. And the behaviors that were said to reveal this hidden illness were, when you read them plainly, the behaviors of a dissenter, a stubborn insistence on one's own principles, a reformist zeal, a conviction that the state was wrong and that one had a duty to say so. The symptom of the disease was disagreement. To hold a view at odds with the party, and to hold it firmly and to act on it, was itself the clinical sign. Once that machine was built, it could do a remarkable amount of work. A citizen who disagreed with the state was no longer a criminal to be tried, with all the awkward apparatus of evidence and charge and sentence. He was a patient to be treated, and a patient needs no trial. There is no public hearing for a diagnosis, no defense lawyer, no jury, no fixed sentence with an end date. A committal runs until the doctors say the patient is well. The KGB would route a troublesome dissident to the Serbsky Institute for Forensic Psychiatry in Moscow, the state's central instrument for this work, where the evaluation would arrive at the answer it had been sent to reach, and the citizen would vanish into a psychiatric hospital, a special one, run under the security organs, locked. He had committed no crime, because the state was no longer claiming he had. He was simply unwell. And the beauty of it, from the machine's point of view, was that the diagnosis did not merely remove the man. It discredited everything he had ever said. A criminal might be right. A madman, by definition, is not. To call the dissident insane was to reach back and mark every word he had spoken as the product of a diseased mind, to erase not just the person, but the credibility of the ideas. It was a supremely efficient tool of control, because it did the punishing and the discrediting in a single stroke, and it never had to prove a thing. The scale is hard to fix, and I will flag the figure as the estimate it is. Something on the order of 20,000 people are thought to have been confined in psychiatric hospitals for political reasons over the life of the system, though the number varies by who is counting. At the system's height, by some reckonings, roughly a third of the Soviet Union's political prisoners were held not in the camps, but in these hospitals, a parallel gulag with medication carts instead of guard towers, where the inmates wore hospital gowns and the sentence had no length, because illness has no length. And what treatment meant in that place followed the same logic all the way down. The patients were not, in any real sense, sick, so there was nothing to cure. What there was, instead, was a definition of recovery, and the definition was recanting. A patient got better, in the clinical judgment of these hospitals, exactly to the degree that he abandoned the views that had brought him in. To renounce the dissent was to show improvement. To maintain it was to prove the illness was ongoing, the schizophrenia still sluggishly at work, the treatment not yet complete. Recovery was defined as ideological surrender, and nothing else counted. A man could hold to his principles and be judged permanently, incurably sick, for exactly as long as he held to them, or he could give them up and be pronounced well and released. The confinement and the forced medication that came with it, administered in the clinical language of care, referenced here as the fact it was and no further, were the pressure applied to move a lucid person from the first outcome to the second. The hospital was not treating an illness. It was manufacturing a recantation and calling the recantation a cure. It broke open the way the most tightly held of these secrets tend to, from the inside, carried out by one of the people it was done to. His name was Vladimir Bukovsky, a dissident who had lived the system from within, spending something like 12 years of his life moving through Soviet prisons, labor camps, and these same psychiatric hospitals. He understood exactly what the diagnosis was, because it had been used on him. And in 1971, he did the thing the whole apparatus depended on no one being able to do. He got the paper out. He smuggled the psychiatric case files of 6 dissidents, the actual hospital records, the diagnoses, the clinical language out to Western psychiatrists, patient by patient, on paper. Not testimony that could be dismissed as a defector's bitterness. The documents themselves, in which the state's own doctors had written down, in their own hand, that disagreement was the disease. It cost him. He was later swapped in a prisoner exchange, traded across a runway in Zurich in December of 1976 for a jailed Chilean communist leader, a dissident bartered for a comrade, each side taking back its own. The paper he smuggled did what paper does in this archive. It could not be unread. Western psychiatrists now held the evidence, and their profession could not look away from it, because it was an abuse committed in the name of their own science. And inside the Soviet Union, the exposure did not stop with Bukovsky's files. Others took up the same patient, documentary work. In 1977, a small group of dissidents formed what they called the Working Commission to investigate the use of psychiatry for political purposes, collecting cases, documenting committals, building the record from the inside at considerable risk to themselves, and feeding it out to the world. It was the compulsive archive irony turned against the state at last. This time, the meticulous paperwork was being kept by the victims about the crime, and it was traveling in the wrong direction, out. That same year, 1977, the World Psychiatric Association, the international body of the profession, passed a resolution condemning the political abuse of psychiatry and naming the Soviet Union directly, a close vote over resistance, but done. And the pressure did not let up. It built through the end of the decade and into the next, toward the World Congress of the profession scheduled for Vienna, where the Soviet society faced formal expulsion, being thrown out of the community of world psychiatry as a body that had betrayed it. And in January of 1983, rather than be expelled, the Soviet Psychiatric Society resigned. It walked out. Facing the charge in front of the whole profession, it chose not to answer it. It left the room instead. It was, in the end, the same move it had spent 2 decades perfecting on others. When the diagnosis is inconvenient, you do not dispute it. You simply decline to be examined. It would not come back into that community until 1989, and then only on conditions, only once the ground beneath the whole system had begun to move. This drawer stands open, and it was opened by the very people it was built to erase, pried apart not by a government's confession or a foreign censor, but by its own prisoners carrying their own case files out into the light, one diagnosis at a time. The state never admitted the thing was a machine for silencing dissent. It did what the file's whole logic predicted it would do. Rather than stand and be judged, it walked out of the room where the judging was happening and called the walkout a matter of principle. The files were already gone by then. That is the shape this secret takes, a lie about what is true, exposed by the truest possible document, the paperwork of the liars themselves. And the reason it does not rest entirely in the past is that the tactic it perfected of answering a dissenting mind by declaring it a sick one is a move quiet enough and cheap enough that the people who study these things have never quite stopped watching for it to be used again. The state that could rewrite one man's sanity and call his disagreement a disease was working at the small end of a much larger craft. Because the same machine had once done the same thing, not to a single mind, but to a whole nation's grip on reality, had reached into the fields of an entire republic and rewritten a famine that killed millions into a thing you were forbidden, by law, even to name. The last draw held a lie about one man's mind, the state deciding that a single dissenter's disagreement was a disease and treating it until he recanted. This one is the same instrument turned on a scale that is hard to hold in the head. Not one mind rewritten, but a whole nation's grip on what had happened to it. The machine that could look at a lucid person and enter ill in the record could also look at the deaths of millions and enter, in the record, that nothing of the kind had occurred. That is the drawer we are opening now. It is the largest single thing in this entire file, and for more than half a century, it did not, officially, exist. There was no famine. There was a word for what happened in the Ukrainian countryside between 1932 and 1933, and the word was forbidden. What the state built instead of the word is the secret, a catastrophe the size of a nation, engineered by policy, sealed behind a border, and denied by law. And the strangest part, the part that runs through everything here, is that even as it denied the thing existed, the state could not stop filing the paperwork that proved it did. It began, as these things tend to, with a number that was decided before the harvest came in. Collectivization had already broken Ukrainian agriculture, the horses gone, the experienced farmers dispossessed and deported as kulaks, the sowing done by people learning the work at the point of a quota. So the 1932 harvest fell short, and Moscow, presented with a smaller harvest, did not lower the amount it intended to take. It set the grain requisition quotas at levels the fields could not meet, not a share of what had grown, but a claim on more than existed. The quota was not a tax on the surplus. There was no surplus. The quota reached down past the surplus, past the seed grain, past the food the village needed to survive the winter, and kept reaching. When a village could not meet a quota that had been set past what it possessed, the failure was read, not as arithmetic, but as sabotage, as grain hidden by enemies. And the state responded with an escalating architecture of pressure, each layer of which was written down, signed, and dated. On the 7th of August, 1932, came the decree that has come to be called the Law of Spikelets. It made the theft of collective farm property a capital matter, and it defined theft down to the gleaning of fallen ears of grain from a field already harvested. A starving person picking a few spikelets off the ground, a handful of grain to keep a child alive one more day, was now committing a crime that carried 10 years in the camps or death. By early 1933, something like 54,000 people had been prosecuted under it. Around 2,000 were shot for gathering grain that was lying on the dirt. Then came the blacklist. A village or a collective farm that failed its quota could be entered onto a special list, and being on the list meant more than a fine. It meant the village was cut off, blockaded, closed to all trade. No manufactured goods came in. No salt. No matches. No kerosene. The store shelves were emptied and the roads watched, and a settlement that had already surrendered its food was severed from the outside economy entirely and left to sit inside its own hunger. Whole districts were placed under this regime. The place was still on the map. Nothing was allowed to move across its edge. And in December of 1932, the state closed the last door. It introduced the internal passport, a document without which a Soviet citizen could not legally travel or reside in a city, and it withheld that document deliberately from the peasantry. The passport system was built, in part, for exactly this, to stop the starving from leaving. A peasant in a dying village could not lawfully go to Kharkiv or to Kiev or across the border into Russia to look for bread, because he had no paper that permitted him to be there. And where the paper alone did not hold them, men held them. Guards and militia were posted at the roads and the rail stations and the Republic's borders, turning back the people trying to walk out of the famine, arresting them, sending them home to the sealed village to wait. We can only show this honestly from a distance. A road at the edge of a village on a grey afternoon. A checkpoint, a few armed men, a barrier, and on the far side, thin figures in worn coats, keeping their distance, not making much noise. Because by a certain point, hunger stops being loud. They are not allowed past the barrier. They turn, after a while, and go back down the road toward the houses they came from. That is the crime, and it is complete before anyone dies. A population sealed inside a place that has been emptied of food by a state that wrote the order, kept the copy, and posted the guard. The dying was the consequence. The sealing was the policy. Here is where the story stops being only about grain and becomes about language, which is where this whole file lives. Because at the same time the state was sealing the villages, it was doing something to the record. It was deciding that the event, in official language, was not happening. The Russian word for famine is golod. In Ukrainian, it is holod, and the name this catastrophe eventually took, Holodomor, means, roughly, death inflicted by hunger. But golod, the plain word, famine, was removed from official use. It was not a word an administrator could put in a report, a paper could print, a functionary could say aloud in the course of his duties. In its place, the state used the vocabulary it always reached for: the clerical, the deflating, the innocuous. There were, in the language of the files, food difficulties. There were problems with supply. There were shortcomings to be corrected, and enemies to be blamed for them. There was, officially, no famine, because the sentence that said there was one could not be written down. It is the same engine we have watched run through every drawer in this file. Tainted meat for a leaked weapon. Corrective labor for a camp. Food difficulties for a famine. The cover word is never chosen at random. It is chosen precisely to name the thing while draining it of its weight. And by the time you notice how bloodless the phrase is, you have already half agreed not to look at what it covers. And the true word was not merely absent, it was dangerous to use. Local Ukrainian officials who reported honestly on what was happening in their districts, who pressed for the quotas to be eased because there was nothing left to take, found themselves accused of a failure of nerve, of nationalist deviation, of sabotaging the collection to protect their own. In January of 1933, Moscow sent Pavel Postyshev to Ukraine precisely to purge the local party of that softness. So the pressure ran the whole way down. To say famine in an office was to invite the question of whose fault it was, and the state had already decided the answer could not be its own. And the border was sealed to witnesses as tightly as the villages were sealed to the starving. Foreign correspondents who were based in Moscow and who traveled under permit found that the permits to visit the famine districts were not granted. The zone was closed. What could be reported was what could be seen from Moscow, and from Moscow the famine could not be seen, because the men who could describe it were not allowed to go and look. Now hold those two facts against a third, because the third is the one that turns the denial from cowardice into something colder. All through the famine, the state went on exporting grain. The requisitioned grain, taken from the villages that were now starving, hauled to the depots and the rail sidings, did not all stay in the country to be redistributed to the hungry. A great deal of it was sold abroad, shipped out through the ports, converted into the hard currency that was building the factories and the dam. There are accounts of grain sitting in state warehouses, guarded, waiting for export, while the people who had grown it died within sight of the depot walls. The country that had no bread for its own villages had bread for the world market. So the denial was not a silence born of not knowing. It was an active operation, maintained as policy, in the same weeks and by the same government that was loading the ships. The state knew precisely how much grain it was taking because it was counting every ton. It knew precisely where that grain was going because it was signing the export contracts. What it would not do, what it made a rule of not doing, was attach the true word to the visible result. The grain was real. The ships were real. The dying was real and was, in the flat administrative sense, on file. Only the word was missing, and the word was missing on purpose, because the word was the one thing that would have made the rest of it a crime instead of a policy. There is a version of this story where the lie is contained inside the Soviet border and stops there, and the outside world simply does not know. That is not what happened. The lie got help. The most decorated foreign correspondent in Moscow in those years was Walter Duranty, the bureau chief of the New York Times. He had extraordinary access to Soviet officials, and he used it to file coverage that was consistently favorable to the regime. And in 1932, that coverage won him the Pulitzer Prize for Correspondence, the highest honor in his profession, for a set of articles admiring the Soviet five-year plan. He was, by the measure of the American press, the authority on the Soviet Union. When Duranty wrote what Russia was what Duranty wrote. In March of 1933, a young Welsh freelancer named Gareth Jones did the thing the permits were designed to prevent. He was not a naive man dropped into a story he did not understand. He spoke Russian. He had traveled in the country before. He had worked close to the machinery of governments. He simply declined to file his report from Moscow. He took a train toward the Famine country, got off it early, away from the escorts and the arranged tours, and walked, on foot, from village to village. Through the countryside, the accredited correspondents were forbidden to enter, and he saw the famine directly, with his own eyes, and wrote down what the people told him. Then he came out and told the world about it plainly, on the record, under his own name. And on the very same day that Jones's account of mass starvation reached print, Duranty published a rebuttal in the Times, headlined, in effect, that Russians were hungry but not starving. He dismissed Jones's eyewitness reporting as an exaggeration, a scare story. There was, Duranty wrote, no actual starvation. And it was in roughly this period, defending the whole enterprise, that he reached for the line that has followed him ever since, that you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. The eggs, in the sentence, were people. Now hold that public denial against what the same man said in private. Duranty told a British diplomat named William Strang at the British Embassy that the death toll might run as high as 10 million. As many as 10 million, he said, directly or indirectly, from the famine and its effects. He told an American official, separately, that his dispatches always reflected the official opinion of the Soviet government and not his own. So the most trusted correspondent in Moscow knew the scale, put a number on it to a diplomat behind closed doors that reached toward the highest modern estimates, and printed, for the readers of the most influential newspaper in the world, the opposite. The paper of record, reporting the opposite of the record. It is the only joke in this chapter, and it isn't one. The institution whose entire purpose is to write down what happened was, on this, the machine for writing down what didn't. Jones had only what he had seen, the testimony of a freelancer with muddy boots. Duranty had the Pulitzer, the masthead, the bureau, the years of access. When their accounts collided on the same day, the weight was all on one side, and it was on the wrong side. The institution outranked the eyewitness, and the reading public, reasonably enough, trusted the institution. That is how a truth loses to a lie in the open, with no censorship required at all. You do not have to suppress the honest man if you can simply outweigh him. Gareth Jones, who had told the truth, was discredited for it, barred from returning to the Soviet Union, his reporting waved away by the weight of Duranty's reputation. He was killed in 1935, in Mongolia, in circumstances murky enough that some have linked his death to Soviet intelligence. And the prize, Duranty's Pulitzer, awarded for the coverage that helped bury a genocide in progress, was never taken back. The board that administers it reviewed the case in the early 1990s and reviewed it again in 2003, and both times declined to revoke it. The record was corrected everywhere except on the trophy. Jones has his name back now, restored by the historians who followed and confirmed everything he saw. Durante still, technically, has his prize. And still the state kept writing things down. That is the thread that will not let go across this whole file. The government that denied the famine by law could not stop generating, in the ordinary course of its work, the documents that proved it. In January of 1937, the Soviet Union held a census, its first in 11 years. Stalin had said publicly what the census would find: a population grown by tens of millions, the visible dividend of socialist success, a number to announce to the world. Then the count came in, and it fell short by millions, because you cannot lose the population of a famine and a terror and then find those people again in a head count. The census had, without meaning to, measured the whole. So the census was abolished. The results were suppressed, never published. The count was declared sabotaged, its findings the work of enemies. Ivan Kraval, the man who ran the state statistical administration, was arrested and shot in September of 1937. Statisticians were purged, and the purge fell hardest on the demographers of Ukraine and Kazakhstan, the very regions whose accurate, low, unbearable numbers were the most damning. Pravda announced that the secret police had heroically exposed a ring of saboteurs hiding inside the arithmetic. A second census was run in 1939 by men who now understood exactly what number they were expected to find, and it found it. Counting the living had become a capital crime, because the living, honestly counted, testified to the dead. And then there are the case files, 1,022 of them. In the worst months of the famine, in the sealed villages, a small number of the starving did the thing that famine, at its uttermost end, has always driven a few human beings to do. And the state's response was not relief and not mercy, and not even silence. Its response was to prosecute, to open criminal cases against the starving as ordinary offenders, with no real weight given to the starvation that drove them, and to send most of those convicted to build the White Sea Canal, and then to seal the resulting paperwork in a state archive, where it sat, catalogued, for 90 years, until Ukraine's Interior Ministry published a selection of it in November of 2023. I am not going to open those files here. The point is not what is inside them. The point is that they exist, that a state which had declared by law there was no famine kept, in a locked drawer, 1,022 neatly numbered proofs that there was, filed under the crimes of the people it had starved. That is the compulsive archive at its purest. Deny the event in every newspaper, forbid the word in every office, shoot the men who counted the dead, and all the while, down in the registry, the clerks go on doing their jobs, opening the case, assigning the number, stamping the folder, filing the truth away in the one place the lie was never designed to reach. The state that erased the famine from the record was also, simultaneously, the state that kept the most detailed record of it. both of those things were true at once, in the same building, under the same seal. The denial held, officially, for the entire life of the Soviet Union. Not for 13 years, like the Anthrax at Sverdlovsk. Not for 50, like Katyn. For the whole duration of the state that told it. The first crack came only at the very end, in the late 1980s, when Glasnost let the subject be spoken of at all, and a Soviet government, for the first time, allowed that the famine had happened. Then the archives opened, and the number the 1937 census had died to hide came back out into the light, and the villages sealed for half a century began, slowly, to be counted and named. What has followed, in the decades since, is the widest reckoning in this file. Independent Ukraine built a national museum to the famine, opened the records, and pursued recognition of the Holodomor as a genocide, declaring it one in its own parliament in 2006, criminalizing its denial the year after. And, especially since 2022, a long line of other national parliaments and the European Parliament have followed, formally recognizing the sealed villages of 1932 and 1933 for what the men who sealed them would not let anyone call it. The word that could not be written in a Soviet office is now written into law in a dozen capitals. The number, even now, is a range and not a figure, and it is a range for the reason that has shadowed every count in this file. The people who did the counting were, at the source, the people who did the killing, so the total we are left with is a flaw and not a sum. The scholarly convergence puts the excess deaths in Soviet Ukraine somewhere between 3.5 and 5 million. A demographic study in 2015 landed near 4.5. Those are the reconstructed numbers, assembled from the archives after the fact, and they are almost certainly conservative, because the state's whole effort in 1937 was to make sure the honest count was never taken, and the men who might have taken it were dead. And across one border, it is still denied. The Russian state's official position does not accept that Ukraine was deliberately, specifically targeted. It frames the famine as a shared, unfortunate, pan-Soviet tragedy of the era, a weather event, more or less, with no author. So this drawer stands in a way that no other drawer in this file stands. It is not closed, and it is not simply open. It is exhumed and buried at the same moment, on two sides of a single line on a map, fully documented down to the last sealed case file on one side of the border, and, on the other, still a thing that officially did not, in any pointed sense, happen. 90 years to open the deepest file in the archive, and it opened only halfway because a border runs through it. That is the longest half-life in the whole collection, and it has not fully decayed yet. There is one more thing worth noticing about how this state erased. It took 90 years to hose a famine out of the record, because a famine is enormous and slow and leaves too much paper. But the same state could also erase at the other end of the scale. Fast, small, local, finished by evening. It could take a crime that happened in a single afternoon, in one city square, in front of thousands of its own people, and by nightfall have the blood washed off the stones with fire hoses and the whole thing on its way to not having occurred. That is the next draw. From a hunger denied across 90 years to a massacre denied by supper time, the same instinct, working at a speed you could almost admire if you did not know what it was rinsing away. The town was called Novocherkassk, a working town in the south of Russia, in the Don country, and its largest enterprise was a plant that built electric locomotives. It was, on paper, exactly the kind of place the whole system existed to celebrate. Skilled men, many of them of the war generation, turning out heavy machinery for the state. The proletariat, in whose name every drawer we have opened tonight was filled. If you wanted to point a camera at the Soviet promise and photograph it working, you might well have pointed it here. What happened here in the first days of June 1962 is the one story in this file that the workers' state could not survive being told about itself. Because here the state that claimed to be the workers turned its own army on its own workers in a public square over the price of food. And then it did what it always did. It reached for the hose. Start with the arithmetic, because as with so much of this, the horror begins as a household budget. At the very end of May 1962, the government raised its retail prices. The prices of meat and of butter went up across the whole country by a significant step announced as a temporary necessity of the economy. That alone would have been felt hard in a town living on a wage. But at the locomotive works in Novocherkassk, in almost the same days, the management did the other half of the squeeze. It revised the production norms. It raised the amount of work a man had to complete to earn the same money. More expensive to eat, more work for the same pay. The two decisions, arriving together, meant one plain thing to a man with a family. He had just been made poorer, twice, in a single week. The workers of one section put down their tool. And then the thing spread. The way these things spread when the grievance is not political, but simply the household ledger, bread and meat, and what is left at the end of the month. This was not a movement with a program. Nobody in that plant was asking to overthrow anything. They were asking how a man was supposed to feed his children when the price of feeding them had just gone up, and the money to do it had just gone down. That is the most dangerous kind of grievance a system like that can produce, because it cannot be answered with an argument. There is no ideological rebuttal to an empty plate. The strike moved through the plant, and then out of the plant, and by the next day, it had become something the Soviet Union officially did not have: a crowd. On the 2nd of June 1962, the workers and their families crossed the town toward the building that stood for the party's authority in the district, to stand in front of it and be heard. They were not armed. They carried, in some accounts, portraits, the official images the state itself had issued, held up the way you would hold up your own membership card, as if to say, "We are your people, the ones on your posters, and we are hungry." They came to complain about the price of butter. Troops had been moved into the town overnight. When the crowd filled the square in front of the party headquarters, the soldiers, regular army and internal troops, with the security organs directing, were positioned against them. And at a certain point, in front of that building, the soldiers fired into the crowd. I am not going to walk you across that square. What the shooting did is on the record, and the record is enough. Something on the order of 24 people were killed. The confirmed count sits at 23 or 24, and some reckonings run to 26, a range that exists for the usual reason, that the people doing the counting were the people who had done the shooting. Around 70 more were badly wounded by gunfire, several so badly that they lost limbs. These were factory workers and the people who had walked with them in a town square on a summer afternoon. There is a detail in how the town was handled that tells you the response was not panic. Troops had been brought in the night before. Armor had rolled into the streets. This was not a garrison caught off guard by a sudden mob and firing in fear. It was a force positioned in advance, in a town where the trouble was known to be building, waiting for the crowd to arrive at the square where it would be met. The decision to answer hungry factory workers with soldiers was made before those workers reached the building, by people who had time to make it calmly. And then the state began the part it was actually good at, not the killing. Any regime can kill a crowd. The disappearing of the killing. That is the craft on display here, and it moved fast. They brought in fire trucks. Within hours of the shooting, while the square was still the scene of it, fire crews ran hoses across the stones and washed the blood off the pavement. Power washed, the evidence of a massacre off a public square, as though a massacre were a spill. By evening, the square was clean. The asphalt, in some accounts, was freshly laid over the worst of it not long after. If you had walked across it the following morning, on your way to work, there would have been nothing under your feet to say what had stood there the day before. The dead were handled the same way, not returned to their families, not buried in the town's own cemetery under their own names, where a grave might become a place people gathered. They were taken away in the night and buried anonymously, scattered across several cemeteries in the wider region, put into existing graves, other people's graves, under other people's names, so that no single marked plot would ever hold a Novo-Cherkassk victim for anyone to find. And the men who did that work, who dug and carried and covered in the dark, were made to sign pledges of secrecy, bound by their signatures never to say where they had been sent or what they had put in the ground. The euphemism engine we have watched all night did not even need a cover word here. It simply removed the bodies from the map and swore the gravediggers to silence. Then it prosecuted the survivors. Within days, by the 12th of June, well over 100 people had been arrested. By that autumn, more than 100 were tried. In the late summer and early fall of 1962. And in the lead trial, 7 of them were sentenced to death, and the sentences were carried out. Others went to the camps for 10 or 15 years. Consider the full shape of that. The state raised the price of food and cut the pay, and when the people it had made poorer came to say so, it shot some of them, buried them in secret, and then took the ones who survived and tried them, and executed 7 for the crime of having been shot at. The workers who had marched about the price of butter were, in the state's telling, the criminals of the affair, bandits, hooligans, instigators, foreign-influenced hooligans making trouble in a workers' town, and the soldiers who fired were the order being restored. The record was not merely cleaned, it was inverted. The victims were entered into the file as the perpetrators, and the perpetrators as the keepers of the peace. And it held. For 26 years, Novo-Cherkassk did not officially happen. This was a massacre in a city square, in daylight, in front of the seat of party power, witnessed by thousands of people who then went on living in the same town, walking across the same square, sending their children to the same plant. And it was kept, all the same, out of the country's own account of itself for a generation, which tells you the silence was not the silence of a thing no one knew. It was the silence of a thing everyone in one town knew, and no one anywhere was permitted to say. The families of the dead carried the sharpest version of it. They were not told where their people lay. They would spend roughly 3 decades not knowing which cemetery, in which town, held a father or a son or a husband, because the burial had been engineered precisely so that they never could. The bodies scattered, the names false, the gravediggers sworn. A family could grieve, but it could not visit. There was no place to bring flowers, because the whole point of the operation had been to make sure no such place existed. And around that grief, the ordinary instruments were kept running. Released prisoners were warned to hold their tongues. Correspondence was watched. The town lived for 26 years, inside a fact it was forbidden to name. The exact condition this entire file describes, only here compressed into a single square and a single afternoon. What opened it was the same thing that opened so much of this file, the system loosening its own grip near the end. In 1988, a regional newspaper printed the first domestic acknowledgement that anything had occurred. The following June, a national paper ran the full account, and the 26-year silence broke in public. In January of 1991, the burial sites were finally declassified, and the families who had waited 30 years were, at last, handed the maps, the places, the scattered plots, the false names, the record of where their dead had actually been put. In March of 1991, the Russian Republic's Supreme Court formally exonerated the victims and struck down the 1962 verdicts that had branded them criminals. 2 years later, the security files on the whole affair were opened. So this is a drawer that was buried and then exhumed, literally. The blood was hosed away in an afternoon. The graves were dug in the dark and sworn to silence. And 30 years later, the state that had done it was gone, and the people it had scattered under false names were found and named and given back to the families who had never stopped asking. The square was washed clean in hours. Getting the town its dead back took 3 decades, and the fall of the system that had hidden them. Before we open the last drawer, let me say one quiet thing, because we are near the end and you have given this a great deal of your evening. If you have been listening tonight with your eyes closed, there is also a version of this you can watch. The people who animate and edit these episodes put an enormous amount of care into them. The drawer, the square, the grey corridor, and it is genuinely worth seeing at least once. Whenever you find the time, the video is there for you. And now, the last file. Which brings us to the one secret in this collection that is not, in the ordinary sense, over, the only drawer we will open tonight that a living man was punished for opening. and that the state has spent this very decade trying to close again. Far to the north of Novocherkassk, in the forests of Karelia near the White Sea, there is a clearing in the pines called Sandamoch. If you went there today, you would find a place of remembrance, paths, markers, photographs of faces fixed to the trees, and once a year, people who come to read names aloud. But for 60 years, there was nothing there to find. The clearing kept its secret perfectly, because the state that made the secret never wrote down where it was, or rather, it wrote it down and then locked the writing away so completely that for 6 decades, no one living knew a killing field lay under those trees at all. What happened at Sandamoch belongs to the terror years we have already walked through, the same 1937, the same quotas, the same machinery of the number that came before the names. In the autumn of that year, a transport of prisoners was brought out of the Solovki camp. Solovki sits at the very beginning of this whole story, an ancient monastery on an island in the White Sea, a holy place 5 centuries old, that the young Soviet state had emptied of its monks and turned into one of the first camps of the entire system, the seed, in a real sense, from which the archipelago of camps grew. By 1937, it held, among others, a great many of the people the terror had swept up. Intellectuals, clergy, national figures, the educated and the inconvenient from across the country. That autumn, 1,111 of them were taken off the island and moved to this clearing in the forest and shot there over the course of a little more than a week between the 27th of October and the 4th of November, 1937. They were one consignment among many. In all, the ground at Sandamoch holds at least 6,000 people, in something like 150 burial pits, people of 60 different nationalities, brought from across the region and put into the earth of this one clearing, and then left, with no marker, for the forest to grow back over. 6,000 people, 60 nations, in a single stand of pine, and then nothing above it but trees. And the forest did grow back. The men who did the shooting knew where they had done it. The files that recorded the transports existed somewhere in a drawer. But the place itself, on the ground, simply vanished into the trees. The state's own security service, which was the direct heir of the organization that had done the killing, never came forward in all those decades to say, "Here, under this clearing, are 6,000 of them." The information sat in the archive, sealed, exactly the way this whole file has taught us to expect. The truth was kept. It was just kept in the dark. What found it was not the state. It was a man. His name is Yuri Dmitriev, and he was not an official of anything. He was a local historian in Karelia, a self-taught man who had made the terror in his own region his life's work, and a member of Memorial, the civil society that had grown up in the last Soviet years and after, whose whole patient labor was the labor we have watched surface so much of this archive, going into the opened files, matching paper to ground, and turning the anonymous dead of the terror back into people with names. The work is not glamorous. It is card indexes and archive reading rooms and transport orders written in a bureaucrat's hand. It is the slow, unpaid, unofficial reconstruction of who was taken and when, and to where, done by people with no authority except their refusal to let it stay lost. Dmitriev did the thing the security service had declined to do for 60 years. He read the old transport records, the manifests, the movement orders, the bureaucratic paper the killers had generated in the ordinary course of killing, and he reasoned from them where the prisoners taken off Solovki must have been brought, and where, therefore, the ground would have to be. He worked it out the way you would work out the location of anything the paperwork records but does not quite name, by following the logistics to their only possible end. And in the summer of 1997, on the 1st of July, an expedition he led, a joint effort of the memorial groups from Petersburg and Petrozavodsk, went into the forest near Medvezhegorsk, located the clearing at Sandomokh, and opened the earth, and found them. That is the compulsive archive, delivering its verdict one more time, and the exact shape of it is the shape of this entire file. The state that shot 6,000 people wrote down the trains that carried them. It sealed that paper away for 60 years. And in the end, that same paper, the killer's own logistics, was the thread a civilian pulled to walk straight back to the graves the state had trusted the forest to keep. The organization that did the killing could have said, at any point after 1991, here is where they are. It never did. A man with an archive card and a will to read it did instead. Dmitriev spent the decades after the discovery doing the rest of it, which was the larger part of the work, identifying the dead, compiling them, establishing not only who had been killed, but where he could, who had done the killing, and putting the whole of it into books of names, so that the 6,000 were not a figure but a register you could open and read a person out of. This is the point at which I want to be careful not to reuse a phrase this film has used before about restoring the dead, because what Dmitriev did deserves its own words. He did not turn a number back into names, exactly. He did something closer to the opposite of what 1937 had done. The terror had taken particular people, a schoolteacher, a poet, a priest, a peasant, 60 nations of them, and dissolved them into a quota and a pit. He reached into the pit and pulled the particular people back out, one identity at a time, and hung their faces on the trees above the ground that held them. For a while, Sandomokh was allowed to be what he had made it, a place of remembrance, with a day set aside each year when people came from many countries to walk the paths and read those names aloud into the pines, the descendants of the dead, saying the names the state had spent 60 years making sure no one could say over the right ground. And then the drawer began to close again. Here I am going to be careful and brief, exactly as the record requires. In December of 2016, Yuri Dmitriev was arrested. He was prosecuted and ultimately sentenced to 15 years in a high-security penal colony, a sentence upheld on appeal in 2022. I am not going to characterize the charges against him, because the point of this story does not lie in their substance, and it is not mine to dramatize. What I will tell you is the thing that is documented and attributable, his defenders and PEN International, and a range of international human rights organizations have described the case against him as politically motivated, as retaliation in their assessment for precisely the work he had done in that clearing. That is their characterization, stated by them, and I pass it to you as theirs. What is not in dispute is where he is. The man who found Sandarmoch and named it 6,000 dead is himself now behind the walls of the state. And in December of 2021, the other half of it closed. Memorial, the organization that had led the expedition, that had built the great database of the terror's victims across the whole country, that had been the patient hands behind so much of what we have read tonight, was ordered dissolved by Russia's highest court. The society that had spent more than 30 years opening drawers was, itself, filed shut by court order, wound up as an institution the modern state had decided it no longer wished to have. And around Sandarmoch itself, the ground shifted. The annual reading of the names became a watched and difficult thing. The site's history quietly contested. An alternative account floated to Muddy, whose dead were really in that soil. So this is where the last drawer stands, and it is why it comes last. It was opened, fully, by a private citizen, with nothing but the killer's own paperwork and the will to read it. And then, in our own decade, it was nailed shut again, the finder imprisoned, the society that funded the finding liquidated. The annual reading of the names made a fraught and watched thing. The bullet that the terror used in 1937 has been replaced, in this century, by the sentence and the court order, a quieter instrument for the same purpose. Never meant to be public, turns out not to be a fact only about the past. At Sandarmoch, it is a live, present tense preference of a living state, enforced against a living man. And that is the whole file, in one clearing in the pines. 6,000 people the state tried to lose in the forest. One man who refused to let them stay lost. And a state, 2 generations on, trying to bury the grave a second time, this time by burying the person who dug it up. The truth survived 60 years in the dark and came out because someone went looking. It stays out only as long as someone keeps going. And what Sandarmoch tells you, more plainly than anything else in this collection, is what that can cost the someone. We have opened 20 drawers tonight. Let me, before we close, tell you what was in all of them at once. Not a lesson, just the pattern, the thing you have been hearing under the individual stories for the last several hours. The first thing in every drawer was a word, never the true one. The leak of a weapon was tainted meat. The camp was corrective labor. The famine was food difficulties. And then it was no word at all, because the true word was forbidden by law. A rocket that killed a marshal was a plane crash. An assassination was a heart attack. The removal of whole nations was collaboration. The closing of the mosques was liberation. A lucid man's disagreement was an illness. The cover word was always gentler than the thing, and it was always chosen with care, because a well-chosen word does half the work of the crime. By the time you have repeated the soft phrase, you have already agreed, a little, not to look under it. The second thing in every drawer was the truth, filed right beside the lie. That is the part that does not stop being strange. This was a state fluent in erasure. It could take a man out of a photograph and leave a potted plant where his face had been. And it could not stop writing things down. The quota had a number. The famine had its grain receipts, and, 90 years on, its 1,022 case files. The killing field had its transport manifests. The lie went out to the world, and the truth went into the drawer. And the truth is why we can stand here at all. Because in the end, almost every secret in this collection was undone by the liar's own paperwork. And the third thing you heard, over and over, was time. Not whether the drawer opened, but how long it took. Sverdlovsk, 13 years. Novocherkassk, 26. Katan, 50. The Famine, with no name, 90, and only halfway, because a border runs through it. The lie does not die when it is told. It decays at its own rate, and the rate is terrible and uneven, and it never decays because the state repents. It decays because a filter is examined, a wind is measured, a manifest is read. The reveal is always forced, and it is almost never volunteered. Under those three, the smaller patterns you felt. The apology that restored nothing, the decree that cleared a nation of treason, and, in the same breath, struck its name off the books. The person dissolved into a category, until a decorated soldier could be a hero and a deportee for the same war in the same month, until the category swallowed the medal. And the darkest turn of all, the state that did not only punish what people did, but went after the faculty of knowing itself, that shot the men who counted honestly, and called the sane man ill for disagreeing, and, in our own decade, jailed the historian for finding the grave. When the target is not the act but the truth, you are no longer looking at a government keeping secrets. You are looking at one that claims the authority to decide what happened. And yet, set all 20 side by side, and the same quiet fact runs through every one of them. The state controlled the bullet, and the border, and the census, and the price of butter, and the definition of sanity. It controlled, for a while, the newspapers of other countries. The one thing it could not finally control was the record. Someone kept a copy. Someone read the manifest. Someone dug in the clearing. It took 13 years, or 50, or 90. Sometimes it is still taking. And at Sandarmoch it cost the man who did it his freedom. But the drawer opens. It keeps opening. That is not a hopeful thing I am adding to soften the file. It is just what the file, read all the way through, actually says. If you want a verdict from me, and this is only mine, and I would genuinely rather you argued with it than took it, I keep coming back to Sverdlovsk. Not because it killed the most, it did not. Because of what the lie was about. A superpower kept a lie about the very air over a city of 1 million of its own people. For 13 years, told them the weapon on the wind was a bad sausage, and what finally undid it was not conscience, and not an inquiry, and not a single official waking up ashamed. It was a change of management. A new regime found it useful, at last, to admit what the old one had built. That is the coldest thing in the collection to me, that the truth came out not because it was owed, but because it became convenient. You could argue me toward Katan, 50 years, and a founding lie told at Nuremberg to the world's own court. You could argue me toward the famine with no name, the catastrophe so large the state had to forbid the word for it. Those are fair arguments, and I would like to read yours. Tell me in the comments which drawer you would have put last. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, Midnight Magnates. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.